Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll be diving deep down into the Core Keeper again, because I was really digging in yesterday. I got some time off right now, and I think let's just get into it, really. I don't know if we'll play it all today, like throughout the whole entire stream today, because I'm a little bit worried that it's not that content rich at the moment. But why don't we just dive on in? Where is the overlay? Damn, I really need to sort out these overlays here. It's getting hard to find things. There it is. But yeah, if we end up in a situation where it grows a little bit stale, I'll just switch to something else. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. You never know with early access titles, though. We already have like some patch notes for it too, but I mean, I was like just looking through the through Twitch just to see what some of the other streamers are up to, and there's already people in there that have it in their title that they're in the end game, and it's only been 2 days. 2 days. End game. Like, calm down. Calm the fuck down, right? Nope, that's not what I want. Here we go with our save. Let's dive on in. But yeah, I finished my chores for today. I've been to some business class today where we were just like doing some relatively simple stuff. Like, we're pretty much just wrapping up at this point. And then when I got home, I had to do a few job applications because the job center still forces you to do that for some reason, even though I literally have no time to go to job interviews or anything like that. But that is all taken care of. And hey, hello there, Selfire. Good to see you. You're thinking on getting this game. Alright, well, have you seen gameplay of it? I would highly recommend you watch some gameplay first. I can't remember. Did you play it when it was in early alpha? The public test demo? That's why I'm here. Alright. Yeah, I played this a little bit yesterday, so I'm already, as far as I know, pretty far into it. This is what I've explored so far. It's a promising game, but I have a feeling that it's not that content rich at the moment. I think it's, to put it in perspective, I think it's a bit of a Terraria-like situation where they have the framework, but they don't have the content there yet. I think that's pretty much what it is. Hey, Grims. Probably get it once it is not an early access if it seems good. Seems like a pretty original. Yeah, I beat the big slime. I also beat the big worm yesterday, actually. You could have seen that. You were here. It looks a little bit like Stardew Valley, I guess, but it plays more like Forager. So if you want a similar experience, which is like more finished, I would definitely go for Forager right now if you want something at the moment that is more complete. But this game shows much more potential in a larger scope because it has, like, you know, a massive world. Oh, you already completed Forager. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that feeling then. It plays very, very similar to Forager, though. More so than Stardew Valley. In my opinion, anyway. Because it's got the whole tile-based system where you can remove terrain and build walls in this as well. And it works exactly the same as in Forager. Only difference is that the world is much, much larger and you don't, like... You know, obviously the progression isn't quite the same. But before we head on out and gather some more materials, I do want to do a little bit of farming. So it's basically like a Terraria-like setup where you go back to your home base where you do your crafting and your stockpiling of resources, or have your like consumable generating farms that allow you to make potions and that kind of stuff, and then you go out on adventures to get more advanced materials that are out there. So, but yeah, people are already like streaming endgame content for this, but it's only been like barely 48 hours since the early access release. So that either says that the game is very shallow in terms of content, but it's got like some really good graphics and systems behind it, or these guys don't know what they're talking about. Like jumping the gun on what they call endgame, but my suspicion is there's not much of an endgame at most. This is my current housing setup at the moment. There are NPCs that you can get, but it's not like in Terraria where you just build random houses. You do need to like take out specific bosses, though they will allow you to buy specific things. And that's actually something we should maybe try and take a look at. Haven't exactly investigated what different things have in value, but it might be a case of trying to find something that's easy to acquire but has a really good value for us. Because these things be expensive, several hundreds. It's got minecarts, yes, it does have minecarts. Crafting is very, very simple though. So like, for instance, when you start out, you can only make like a regular wooden workbench, and these are all the things you can make, apart from in your inventory, these 4 things, right? So this is all you can make at this workstation. A few wooden things, some progressive workstations, and some starting tier tools. Then you slowly move up to the next tier, but it doesn't really like expand much with new things you can make. At the most, it makes new workstations, like being able to make rail-based things. There are these animals where you make armor, and in some cases weapons as well. And then out here I have all those extra things, like I just at the latest here I managed to it allows you to start making your own rings and amulets. This is just for making color. There's a few decorative items, and like this is a carpentry bench and it only has 4 items. Kind of tells you that there's not many things that you can make. There are some things you can find though, like for instance this chest here is one that I actually found somewhere. Similar, this chest here is from a boss, the same with this one in here, and that item in the corner is like a boss drop reward. And that's what these things are for. These are for refighting the bosses, so. But I think I want to try and make this flintlock musket and replace my slingshot with it because it does way more damage. Albeit also fires much, much slowly. Yes, exactly. I've done 2 out of 3 bosses, and I did the first 2, literally the first, like within 5 hours of playing the game. So that's why I'm saying like the game might be a bit shallow on content at the moment. But I haven't yet to like refight the bosses to see if they drop more items later down the line. So yeah, there's that. It does have multiplayer though. So there's that too to consider. You can play it with other people. Though I don't know what that's like these days, because when we tested the early alpha version, it was very unstable. There was a lot of desyncing happening, meaning that if one person would be mining away from everyone else, and you would go and visit them to see what they've been up to, there was a high chance of the blocks just not being removed on your client side, so they could like walk through seemingly like walls on your end, but in reality they should have been like gone server side. So it's definitely, you know, needed some work back then, and it's been a while since the game was released in that state. So I think someone mentioned it was like 6 months worth of time. So, you know, if you take out the fact that it got a lot of attention, they needed to like, or maybe hire more people if the game was getting, they weren't selling it, so that's probably unlikely. But they most likely spend a lot of those 6 months on PR and stuff. You got to finish Oxygen Not Included before you buy another game. Oh man, how do you define finishing Oxygen Not Included though? How? That's how you stop yourself from buying mini games. Yeah. Doesn't always work though. I have a friend that did a similar thing. Peak, he basically said at some point, oh, he's not gonna buy a new game until he's like finished every single game in his Steam library, and at that point he had like 800 games in there. I think now it's even worse. All achievements. Okay. I mean, there's some game difficulties that are not achievement based though, so I don't know if that always makes sense, but it's one way to look at it, yes, for sure. Let's take some of this remaining tin we have and get one of these minecarts. I did just remember now, one of the missions right now is to retrieve my body right here because I died just before I ended my stream yesterday. That's what this minecart is for. But from what I saw, they go like really fucking fast. Whoa, and the game doesn't quite like it. There are some performance issues with the game, I should probably mention that. But, you know, it's to be expected. So we're down here, yeah, we need to continue. Bloop. So, nice. Plus doing any other extra goals that you got. Yeah, I mean, a lot of sandbox games, and I think this is a similar case with this one. A lot of it depends on user defined goals. So if you're really bad at defining your own goals, this might not be a game for you at the moment. I think that's a fairly easy way to look at it. It's a little bit like Minecraft in the same sense. If you're bad at making like your own goal, setting up your own goals, then you usually run out of stuff for that too, right? Talked about that like a few days ago, so I would definitely go into this game with the same mentality as if you were to play Minecraft or something. For what it's worth though, it's not at least not super expensive, so there is that to consider. And I even think that for what they do offer in terms of promise and, you know, what's already there, I would even consider that they're underselling the game at the moment. They could most likely sell it for much more than what they are. It's like, for me, I had to pay, what was it, 11 euro or something for it? Okay, so they are doing like much more realistic prices than by the sounds of it. That would also be Australian dollars for you though, right? I don't know how comparable Danish video game prices are to Australian ones, so. But can't I see? So because I own it, I can't see the price of the game anymore? Really? What I want to see? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so it's base, it is 11.69 euro. So let's just round it up to 12 euro. And then you save 10% at the moment. So not too terrible compared to some other games out there. I think personally they could easily charge 15 euro for it. 20, we're getting into like, you know, stretching it, but definitely they could have sold it for like 5 euro more in my opinion. Because that is like one thing that I've noticed, and a lot of people are saying over the last couple of years, that indie game developers have a tendency to undersell their games, or it's not undersell, that's something else, but like they don't set a, shoot, what would you call it? Undercut? Is it undercut? Like basically like setting the perceived value too low of the game is the core idea here. Because the issue with it, if you set the price too low, people also get the impression that that is how you see the value of the game yourself as the developer. right? So that is why RimWorld is a really good example, actually, of seeing this in action, where people have begged them multiple times to put that game on sale. But as I think it might have, I don't remember if it was Tinnen directly, but at least someone from Ludion who said that they are sticking to the current price tag because that is the perceived value that they think that they are supplying to players. You know, all the modding support, modularity, baseline systems, all that stuff. That's what they think is the price tag is worth, and that's why they are settling on that price specifically. So, and it takes an iron stomach for a developer to go into that, like, no, I'm not budging kind of mode. And the issue with it is that say they were to set it at like 50% discount at some point, then there are a lot of people that will have seen this, that, you know, you can always look these discounts up. They'll see, oh, it's been discounted at 50% at some point, so why should I buy it at full price, or when it's only discounted to 10% all of a sudden? Because then the perceived value is much lower because it has been discounted in the past. And that's what Ludion wants to avoid for RimWorld, right? So Victoria does that. Does what exactly? Because I did mention a couple of things there. Like, they're also doing discounts, but fixed price and don't have sales. Do they have? Has there never been a Factorio sale? Like, ever? Or is that because it was an early access, like for RimWorld as well? That's also been in early access, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't the same price always. Never. I think there's a good, you know, good reasoning behind it. Seems pretty valid. Because Factorio is in a similar situation where they've got some really good systems in place that allow for a lot of modding to happen. So if they undercut their own price too much, then the perceived value also drops. And it's not just hurting the people that set the price, right? It also hurts everyone that has to come after this and release a game, because amongst all the goods in the world, video games are the ones that, you know, are the least affected by inflation and all that. It doesn't really account for it all that well, which is another problem that you have to deal with all of a sudden. And that's because people are like selling it at the same games at the same prices as they did literally like 10-15 years ago. Don't count for it at all. Game normally goes down in price over time. Well, that too, but the thing is, new game releases cost the same as they did literally 10-15 years ago, if not cheaper these days. But the cost of production for video games has only gone up over the last 10-15 years, right? So video games have to perform even better these days in order to have a successful business. So yeah, that's like an active part of the issue. And because, say, you know, I'm wanting to make my own game and publish it too, and I have to establish my price according to my competitors, which would be games like Forager is actually like a competitor to my video game, right? Stardew Valley is also pretty close to it, and I have to look at what prices they set for their game, because out of all the users that are on Steam, there's only 1% of the entire Steam user base. Like, there's 135 million plus users on Steam, right? But only 1% of that large group of people are responsible for the majority of ownership of all the bought games onto Steam. For reference, on average, that everyone within that 1% owns somewhere around 100 and something games on average, right? For reference, I own like several hundreds. I think I own like 800 games or something on Steam. So that means that your target audience then is that 1%, not the whole shebang. Again, trying to put it into perspective, if you increase the percentage to 20, so say 20% of the user base, to fall within that category, you only have to own on average about 4 video games. 4 video games, right? And you're already in the top 20% of all the people on Steam when it comes to owning the most games. Okay? So that's why, like, it's so difficult. And when I'm like, that's why I have to compete with games like Stardew Valley and such, because, you know, a user won't be buying the same game multiple times. So my benefit is that I'm not competing with them at the same time, but my prices and my content has to be comparable if it's within the genre or has similar game mechanics, right? People expect certain things from these types of games, especially when they're set at a specific price point too. So that's what makes price setting so very, very much difficult, and which is obviously, as you can imagine, one of the things I had to work with over the last couple of months, really. Yeah, like clicker games being free, exactly. That is like a big reason for why Monster Stone focuses much more on, like, or more and more, it focuses heavily on the graphical aspect, but it also tries to differentiate itself from being a idle clicker game in that it's much more active, right? If you really look at it, it's like Forager in that sense, where you have to be active about collecting resources in order to make progress, but you still have some kind of idle game economy in there when it comes to the sheer scale of numbers and upgrades and all that stuff. So in order to make it all work out, of course, I have to design the game around those limitations and specifications, or whatever you want to call them, so that when you play Monster Stone, you don't get like annoyed by the fact that you need tons of resources, right? It needs to be accessible and still be fun in some way. And my hope is that by achieving all these things, that it sets itself apart enough, but is also recognizable enough so that people might be more interested in buying it. Because, you know, playing it should be fun. So that's just like a brief overview of how I'm basically trying to address all these. And that is where, when I price set my own game as well, if I set it just like, you know, at the same price point as everyone else, and the people coming after, you know, who release games after me do the same, then the prices never evolve. They don't ever adjust for inflation. It's one of the big reasons why there was so much so many talking points. Because was it Sony that said they wanted to start selling their games for the PS5 for up to like $70 or something? And the standard has been like a $60 maximum price tag for AAA games over the last like 10, 15, whatever years, whilst production costs again have gone up by, you know, multiple fold. So to be fair, we also have to acknowledge that they are digital goods and not physical ones, so you don't have any production costs beyond initial development. So there are some maintenance costs, but it's not the same as like selling, you know, X amount of Coca-Cola bottles or computer parts or whatever it may be. Yeah, well, it's 100 US dollars, American dollars. Over here it's going to be like 60 euro at most, which is more than $60, by the way. That's also another topic though, but that's regional pricing. Just that's fortunately been improved greatly over the last many years. Used to be really bad on Steam. There are still some cases where it does happen from time to time, where they don't do regional pricing properly, and I really don't Like, there's no excuse these days. It is managed. You can do it. It's only fair, right? Games should cost according to like local price setting, not like a standard global price. Yeah, exactly. Well, goes both ways though. What I don't like is the fact that it'll be a game that's released in the US and in Europe at the same time, but instead of just having regional pricing, they set it like $60 in the US and then €60 in Europe. But those are radically different prices. Because the euro is not equal to American dollars after all. They're close, but not exactly the same. And there is also, of course, the fact that in... So this is like... it does open up a can of worms, this, doesn't it? Because it does, as you probably also are aware of, you know, everyone is. There's a reason why you can buy cheap game codes off of dodgy websites like E02 and such. And that's because regional pricing is a thing, so... In China, video games are adjusted for local inflation so that they can buy video games for cheaper so that they don't get locked out of the global market. Everyone benefits from this in this situation, because if you didn't, your games just wouldn't sell in China, for instance, as an example. And I think the same is true for Russia, right? So, buying US and sell for profit. Exploit Steam to get keys to sell in G2A, the events, etc. Steam has on for seasons. Yeah, that's also a thing, but that's something else though. That's when you buy it due to seasonal discounts, and then you sell it when, you know, you resell the key at a slight markup. But that's in the borderline category of scalping, right? Except, you know, you don't have limited keys or whatever. But it's basically in a similar like zone of questionable practices, I would say. AKA not good. But there's not really like any good ways to solve these issues, to be honest. It's the only thing that is possible to do here is to say, oh, and that is also why that exists, by the way. These keys are not redeemable on an American or European, like Central European Steam account, for instance. That is an actual thing, I've noticed, at least, looking at these sites from time to time. So it'll say like, oh, if you want to buy this key at this price, you can, but you can only redeem it on, like it's a... it's a non-universal key or whatever they mark it as. So yeah, and then there's also some of the tests are not really like tested, but that's again, you know, these are two different topics, sort of, right? Because one is discounts, which can't really adjust for that. The only way that you could really safeguard against that sort of reselling process is if you made things bought during discounts non-tradable, if you know what I mean. So like you can't buy them, like you can buy them as gifts would be a solution, but you can't, like, say you could buy them as a gift, so you could gift a game that's on discount for a friend, but you couldn't maybe like you couldn't buy the keys and then store them and then resell them later, right? So there's like not a redeemable, what would you call that? Like there's no deadline for redeeming the key, but there's a deadline for how long you can trade it. Unfortunately, as far as I know, that it's not a system, but maybe something like that could resolve the matter, right? So that if you basically have this key lying in your inventory for so long, then the only option would be to either refund it or redeem it on that account, right? It gets locked in. Maybe that could work out, but yeah, we don't, as far as I know, we don't have those systems in place. It is an interesting topic to me, though. Don't know if you feel the same. Just a random chest here with some loot. But yeah, video game markets, very big topic, and there's like so many factors to consider. There's also the, I don't know how it is these days, but I did watch like or listen into a talk at some point talking about releasing games in China, and the big issue that they pointed out was that, at least for that time, whenever you would release something in the EU or like to the West, and if you took like a year or two before you decided to finally release in China, your game would already be in China illegally redistributed, and you wouldn't see any of that money basically. And as far as I like read into it, it's because they basically have these people that will steal your game and then resell it on the Chinese market in their local Chinese dodgy like sources or whatever. And then once you finally decide to go there yourself in an official capacity with your company, then these people have already like stolen and resold your game illegally. There are some companies in China that you can partner up with though that go after these dodgy sites and such, because obviously it is illegal. But unless you actually set all these things up and get them carried out by someone who's more familiar with the Chinese market, like if you wait for a year or two, it's like maybe already too late at that point. Because you'll be releasing your game over there and they're like, oh yeah, I already played this, it's a really good game. Didn't buy it from you though. You know? And it's such a huge market that it's definitely worth the investment. Assuming we don't, like, without going into the whole censoring and what you can and what you cannot do when it comes to the Chinese market. What are these? Carrot seeds. Okay, we'll not be able to plant those right here. Maybe that's what we should do next. Make like a field for Karok. Almost all the way down to where my body is too. Because we're here, my body is right over there. But I do want to build the whole thing in one go, so do hope that we can get the rest built, but I do need some more tin first. Because all the stuff that we're mining right now is iron, which is great and all, but we need tin for the rails. So what do you think so far of this game, Selfire? I know you haven't really seen much. Oh, okay, never mind. You just said BRB. Just do your thing and you can answer when you get back. Boy. I have a tendency to get overexcited when I talk about things that I'm interested in like that, so I hope that's not too overwhelming for people. Because I know that sometimes it can be. Alright, so we got a bunch of stone walls, but I think in order to grow Karok I need stone ground. And if I want tin, I need to go into these clay-like areas, which unfortunately means going north. Maybe I should just go and reclaim my stuff and then finish the railroad later. Yeah, screw it. Let's go and do that, because now that I've got a minecart most of the way there, it's not as big a deal having to go this whole way down there. Wonder if there's teleports at some point. Even though that would kinda ruin the whole point of making minecarts, so I don't think that having teleports in this game would be a good idea. I mean, these are pretty dang fast already. Goes a little bit back to the previous stream where I mentioned the whole, like, you don't want to have conflicting game systems where one is purposefully stronger to the other one to the point where it just completely negates any reason to do the other one. Of course you can have it in a game that's heavily progression based, but you just have to be cautious about not introducing new and better solutions too early. Okay, oh, we also had a mine. Oh yeah, that's true, because I salvaged some mine tracks here. That is true. Well, we do have some tracks here. Actually, should have room for it, so why don't we go ahead and get some more stone tiles here. Don't know where to get them though. Because if I go too much to the left, there's all those nasty enemies that lit me on fire yesterday. I guess there's not much reason to continuously harvest iron at the moment. Because I kind of need the next tier of ore if I want to progress in that regard. Because I can make like a full armor set of worth of iron, but I don't think there's any need to do that. So we just mine like a single field's worth of terrain. That should be fine, right? Should be more than fine, actually. Oh, get you. But yeah, also the plan is still to stream Saturday. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. I don't have any classes tomorrow, so I could do it technically. But I also need to set time aside for all the other small stuff here and there. And since I managed to get like some streams in throughout the week this week, I've got a little bit of a better conscience to actually spend some time working on the stream's quality as well. Because I do need to make some new panels. Something that I've kind of mentioned before, but that's like technical boring stuff, so I won't go into too much detail about it, but just know that it might be a little bit limited to Saturday streaming. And the game would be Battleforge, but I don't know if I would be doing an entire stream's worth of Battleforge. It will be alongside Kyo though. Killer Kyo. And I have a presumption that he'll also be streaming it, but I don't know yet. The only thing that I am a little bit unsure on is whether or not we would need like or want another person, because I think Toto might be around as well, and you can play up to 4-player co-op, actually up to 12-player co-op, but it's like best at 4-player co-op, 2-player co-op, or single player. And there's not really like any specific 3-player maps in the game, so if we're 3 people wanting to play together, one of us has to pick up some slack for the missing 4th player, basically. It is something that is possible and it can be done. We would probably be doing some campaign maps. I'm not entirely sure because Kyo and Toto has, I don't know how many campaign maps they've been playing, so since they're again restricted to 1-player, 2-player, or 4-player co-op, it's a little bit of a confusing scenario when you start going into 4-player maps straight off the bat, because they run off of story content that happened in like single-player maps first. So, and I haven't even played all single-player maps on stream myself either, so. But we'll see. Should be fun. Wow, +5 inventory space. What a piece of useless bag. Wish you could upgrade them, but I have a feeling that this UI is not flexible enough to allow for constant expansion of your inventory. I wish the game would like highlight the skills tab whenever your abilities are to be upgraded, because I keep like forgetting to do those, especially because I don't notice it when the text pops up, because it'll also tell you with text down there whenever you get like bonus materials and such, because your abilities are triggering. Okay, so let's dig out some space for these crops here. I should probably make sure that I am doing this right first before I go all in. I know that it's definitely like terrain that you gotta replace, but the big question is if it is this specific piece of terrain. Gold iron bars. Don't think I have a hoe. What? Oh, those are tin bars I picked up. There we go. Get this hoe. Ho. So let's see if I put you down there. And these are carrot seeds. Yes. Okay, good. Because I figured that out in the early demo thing, so I just couldn't remember if it was the correct tile, but... And most importantly, I didn't know if that was still a thing. After all, we didn't really have sand back then and all this green turf stuff, so... One thing I do seem to expect from this game, though, is that whenever they push out major updates to it, it basically forces you to start over again. I don't seem to have noticed if there is like a... like Terraria, where you make your character and you transfer between worlds. I don't think they've got that here, because whenever you make your world, you make your character after you say like, oh, I want a new world, and start from scratch. So I have a feeling that the characters that you make are tied to your world and can't like jump across to a new sort of seed or whatever. Which kind of makes me a little bit worried that some people... I think that might be something where they would want to change how the game works, maybe, at some point. Because I could imagine a lot of people that are especially playing multiplayer when there's finite things to acquire, that they would like to be able to travel to other worlds. That's like part of it. The other part of it is that when they release new content, if you're like enforced to basically start all over because the content won't be available in your current world, that's when it gets problematic for some people. I don't personally mind starting all over, but I could see it be a deal breaker for some people. I mean, it is in early access, but so it's not really a deal breaker, but one thing is definitely sure. For Terraria, it's very much a thing where it's built to have multiple worlds. Starbound kind of fixed that problem by enabling you to traverse between different planets, and otherwise is very similar in overall game structure, but unless there's going to be like some game mechanic here where you can say like, oh, jump to a new core maybe, which, you know, I haven't seen enough of the game to know if that's going to be a thing or not, But that could be cool. If we're thinking hypothetical game design and such at this stage anyway. Because that is kind of how the game starts out too. You like have that opening cinematic and then suddenly you're boom, you're in this middle of darkness in this cave, and you just have these ominous stone structures around you, and you don't really know why you're here and how you truly got here. I think in the cutscene in the opening, if I remember, it's like, oh, we uncovered something in the jungle, and then now you're here. Which adds to the mysticism. Why are you here? Where are you exactly? Like, are you in a different world, a different dimension? Are you just deep underground, maybe? There's like so many things you could think up. But I guess we'll just have to keep playing the game and then return to it later when they've got more of it. Because I guess Valheim is another game that might have a similar problem. In Valheim, if they want to add new biomes and such, the only thing they can, like, that game has some strengths too, and I don't know if this game here has like a finite world size in a similar way. Actually, might be very similar, because Valheim, you start out near the center of the map, and then it's basically like a circle in which you can traverse outwards, and once you get all the way out to the other edge, you just can't go any further. There is like a polar region in north and south in Valheim that kind of like, what do you call it, closes off, like borders in the entire world. So expanding beyond those poles might be a little bit difficult, but I guess if you're expanding from a circle, then whenever you add new biomes or whatever, you can just add them to the world gen further and further and further out, right? Core Keeper would be a similar thing, because you start in the center and you can go in any which direction. But as I mentioned yesterday, it does seem very much like a repeating pattern of what I experienced when we were playing the early alpha. Because the biomes to the north are very much in the same like makeup, like they're distributed in the same way, and the same for in the west and southwest. Those stone biomes were also in a similar way. They're definitely being kept, Tumbles. They're actually being retrieved. I have gotten 2 cores out of the 3 bosses that I know are in the game. Good to see you. How are you doing? But yeah, I would say they're being kept. They're being kept. I did just retrieve my body because I managed to die down here yesterday. Oh, I am definitely doing okay. We're getting to the very end of my business classes. We have literally a week left, and then I'm on my own. So considering that I've been getting a lot of positive feedback from our teacher, it's looking really positive, and I just have to basically keep at it, as he put it too. So, which should be manageable. Then I just have to, yeah, live up to it, I guess. It's gonna be really great to get started though, like for real to get started. But yeah, I'll still do like streaming and such with just regular video games too. That is at least the plan. So don't get rid of me that easily. What about you in this game? Have you looked at it? Is it like something you've considered yourself? If you don't mind me asking, of course. Can't say you've seen it before, but looks alright. Stardew Valley much, I guess. I wouldn't really say so. I mean, a lot of people say that it's very Stardew Valley-esque, but if you know about it, I would definitely say that it's way more like playing Forager. The Stardew Valley aspects are very limited. Because it it's basically just this which you're currently seeing, but in terms of the build system, like how everything works, how everything is split up in these tiles, it is very, very much more like Forager. Okay, so Forager is like a game. It's actually really fun if you're into these resource exploration based games. It's not too hard to get into. It's a very progressive game, but it basically starts in Forager. You start out on like a single island and sort of have to survive collecting resources and expand and stuff, and eventually you grow your island so that you can go to other biomes and such by buying more land or whatever. And as you progress, you get access to more and more advanced things, and through that course you have to do some certain dungeons and beat specific bosses to progress. So I would say this is more of an in-between of Forager and Terraria in that sense. Because here you have the repeatable bosses, which, again, as I know, there are 3 of. And we also have these NPCs that you can put into your small houses. Though they are acquired in a little bit of a different way than Terraria, it's still a similar concept. But you have repeatable bosses, right? And they drop items that might be interested, like you might want to farm. But then again, when it comes to the build system, you can dig up all these tiles, right? I can dig up all this sand. And the same for these walls. They're also blocks that you can mine, but they're like a bit like Dungeon Keeper-esque, right? If you've ever seen that game too, that's like a really ancient game. But it's sort of like borrowing elements from all those different places. The Stardew Valley's aspect really it's just the farming part, which is just something that takes up a lot of screen space because it's like the main reason for building like a one specific outpost setup or whatever. Other than that, it's mainly just to store all your items and have your crafting benches here, like in a similar place. I guess the crafting menu is similar to Stardew Valley in some sense, and there's the graphics too. But yeah, gameplay wise, that's kind of how it is, in my opinion. And I'm trying to remember what we were doing. So let's go up north, because it's so up here there's basically like some clay biomes, and that's the type of biomes I need to go to if I want to get more tin that I need in order to make more rails. So that's what we're currently doing. It also has multiplayer, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know how stable the multiplayer is at the moment. When we were playing the early access and early alpha version back then, I was playing with some people in the community. Like we were, how many people? 4, 5, somewhere between 5 and 6 people in here, including me. And Toto was building to the west of the spawn, and when I went there, a lot of what she had been working on just wasn't being carried out on my end. So I was literally going there and everything was just like as if all the walls were still there, but she was like phasing right through them because on her client side they were mined, but the server hadn't synchronized it properly. It's okay if multiplayer is unstable, so are you. Wow, that's some self-reflection if I've ever heard it. But I think the game right now is like, it's a decent enough single player experience, though I wouldn't go this far in saying that the multiplayer experience is that great. It's cool, but the game doesn't really feel like it's designed extensively enough to work in multiplayer. Part of the issues that we faced was that the resources run out really quickly when you're a lot of people playing together, because all your tools require ingots, you know, ore and all that stuff. So basically, if you're playing this multiplayer, it's very much recommended, if you ask me, that people stick together and build one collective base instead of spread out and do each their own thing. Also, a thing that didn't really work too well is that it seems the types of biomes that exist, which are tied to basically your progression and difficulty, are also distributed in specific like directions on the map. So Toto going west, this is spawned by the way down here, the core. So Toto going west, she eventually discovered this like a stone-like area such as this down here, which is basically what the third tier area, meaning that she didn't even find the second tier ore she needed to progress to that. And she unleashed hell upon the rest of us because the AI back then would just follow you across the map. So it's very much like that. And also all of the crafting stations are very expensive when it comes to ore, which is finite. So not only is ore finite, but when you find it, like there's some over here glinting in the distance, right? When I go and mine that, I only get like 3 pieces of ore, but to make a tin workbench you need like 15 tin, for instance. Okay, this is a larger deposit, fortunately. But you can imagine if every single player needed to make like all the workbenches for their own sort of houses or setups that they're building, and they might not even be able to find the resources where they're like going. And if someone's already been in, like, you can see these areas, it's like Terraria, right? It's all been exhausted. They'd have to go beyond these areas to find new things, so... Accidentally, we all know Toto loves chaos. Oh yeah, she basically opened up to that stone, like, biome, and it has these nasty little... I don't know if they're goblins or whatever, they're like small beings with red eyes walking around, basically like if Rogue was a race. And she basically connected their spawning grounds with the rest of the place, so when she aggroed them and died, all of these guys started going after us because that's how their AI was programmed. But not only that, but the place, the area also generated these large cyclops-like dudes, or giants, or whatever the heck, and they would also aggro and go halfway across the map. And what's bad about it is that they destroy terrain, so they got a little bit too close to our base, maybe, like the main base. Since I was playing with Occam, he was in there. And I can't remember everyone. I think Hemp, True Hemp was in there. Of course, Toto again, and some others. And we just like, some of us built together, and then some tried to do it on their own. And we just learned the hard way that maybe that's not the best. There were also like some other aspects, like, I don't know, I haven't seen them in the early access version. But you could get these mushrooms that you could find in sort of like a mushroom sub-biome or whatever you want to call them. And they were a little bit special in that they gave you permanent health upgrades. But just like everything else in the game, they were finite. Or not everything, but a lot of other things in the game, they were finite. So it's like, who gets that mushroom? Because you could find multiple ones of them. I managed to find 2 when we were playing. And you're not restricted to consuming only 1, so if you find 10 of them, it's like, do you keep them all those 10 to yourself, or do you split it between, you know, you and your 4 friends? Because unlike Terraria, your character is bound to the map, and the same when I think it's the same when you join someone else's server or map. You have like one character that's tied to that save. So if I don't know if the world is finite or if it is randomly generated all the way out towards infinity. Because if I go towards the map, press M, and I zoom all the way out, and I can just like keep dragging further and further away, it'll take me just as long to get like pan all the way back, right? So it doesn't seem like the map at least has any kind of limited fixed size. But, I mean, if the map is infinite, you do face the other issue of traversing a potentially truly infinite map as well. Eventually it's just gonna take way too long to get from anywhere to anywhere else on the map. Right now, though, I think the most important talking point about the game is content. As I did say earlier in the start of my stream as well, I took like a brief look to see what other people were doing with their streams for the game. And if you just go to the stream category and take a look, you'll notice that there are people that are already, like, in their title it says end game. Like, they're already in end game and they're pretty much done with the game already. And it's only been 2 days. 2 days. Right? That sort of paints a little bit of a skeptical picture of how much there is to do in this. Alright. Talk to you later, Thomas. No worries. Gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, I mean, just the fact that you're here to begin with. That's all that matters. We're so far away. I really need to get some railway tracks all the way up here. And stop collecting so much junk. Hey, Cellfire. Oh, I just talked about that. I don't know. It's like if you go to the map, zoom out, and pan really far away, it takes you equal amounts of time to get back, so... I don't know if it's infinite. We'd have to keep going in one direction until we hit a wall, basically. I don't think I can do that quite yet, though. I mean, I can do it, but I don't think I would survive. Start walking. Well, the thing is, I'm not in endgame yet myself. I haven't beaten the last boss. I don't even know what the last third boss. I don't even know what the third boss is. My guess is that the third boss would be in the stone area, but I have no way of knowing until I take a look, like extended look. At the moment though, I do want to build a little bit of a stockpile of tin so we can make some rails, because it's starting to take really long just to get out where the resources are. So having a railway line that goes at least between north and south would be very, very much helpful at this point. Damn it. But my goal is to try and figure out at least. One thing I haven't encountered yet is that there's these seemingly unharvestable deposits here and there, and it says you need a drill. My hope is that these are infinite sources of metals and stuff. But, you know, I have no clue. I have seen there's a little bit of automation in the game too. If you look at the trailer for the game, you will see conveyor belts in there. But until we actually get to that point, it's impossible to say what that actually entails, right? So I got my hopes up to see some of that stuff, but I also don't want to jump the gun, as you say. Do hope eventually I'll be able to mine through this stuff though, because right now this is non-breakable. So if I want to build a minecart through this, I have to actually like either build all the way around in like a square sort of shape, or somehow try and thread the needle through that whole passage, which isn't impossible. It's just going to be really annoying. if I can find all the resources and go in one direction. So far, the answer to that seems to be a no. I am not entirely sure though. Because basically around the center in like a circular area, that's where you find all this dirt walls and copper and such. But for instance, to find the slime boss, I had to go south. Which was also a thing in the early alpha. Whereas the second boss, which is like a giant worm, literally runs in a circle around that center, right? And I didn't find iron until I went further southwest here in the stone area. But I mean, all this clay up here also is where I found tin, right, in large quantities. So until I got to this point in the northeastern direction, I couldn't really find tin. But having gone around here, you'll see that it seems like there's clay all the way around, except to the southwest here. So all this seems to be clay, if I went around there. I haven't gone in this direction, but from the early alpha, we went east from the beginning back then, and we basically just found copper upon copper upon copper. As soon as we went just a little bit north, that's when we found the tin that we were actually looking for. So there's a possibility that it's not like possible to just go in one direction and find everything at least. But I don't know yet. Seems preset, yeah. Especially because in the slime boss was down here, right? Which was just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the core. And I found that boss in a similar position when I played the early alpha. So my guess is, given that boss and obviously the worm is pretty much preset in a circular path around because it keeps looping until you deal enough immediate damage to it to start fighting you. That's what I did over here, which is why this is completely broken up. So that tells me that the third boss is also a specific place. Also, because you can ask, no, not ask this guy. When you hand in these cores, you unlock new recipes. And when you do the first boss, beyond the slime sword, you can also get a scanner for the different bosses. So I could buy this and find the Hive Mother wherever the heck it is. And it could tell me that way. So... But I think that's like in case you just can't figure it out on your own. So far, like, it doesn't seem to be necessary, but we'll see. Found this campfire here. Added some decoration to this, please. Maybe it's to the... Huh? Maybe it... What? Could you try and repeat that sentence? Because this is the last boss. This is what the Hive Mother looks like, but... You know, I don't know where it is. Yeah, but your sentence... Also. Yeah. Just all the small details. You know how it is. I like to go into detail. Smelt all that. Let's get all that smelted as well. If you ask a question, make sure you have 15 minutes. Is it that bad, Cellfire? Is it good or is it bad? That is the question. I know it is that bad, but is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? One thing's for certain, you definitely get an answer. Oh, hey, Hawkeye. Here we have another Australian. Depends. Okay. Well, let's say for me specifically on my streams, is it a good or a bad thing? Some can be very useful. But yeah, it's like I have a tendency to overload people with information, so it's something that I'm working on constantly. Not saying that I'm good at it, but yeah. Once you got one, it's only a matter of time. What, are you Australians multiplying now? I think it also depends on when you stream, right? But if just looking for a yes answer, not so much. Well, yeah, I guess it's hard, right? Because sometimes it might be a yes, but, and then that's when the extended information would come in. If a person is only interested in the yes or no answer, of course, then, you know, it's kind of whatever. But yeah. Yep. How's Lost Ark going, Hawkeye? I haven't played in a little while because I've been busy and playing other games, but I hope you guys are still having fun with it. I've noticed that you guys are still playing at least. I did also manage to convince Peak, a good friend of mine, to actually give it a go. So if you're wondering, I think Sarah did already add him. She already added him to the guild. So if you're wondering who that Velvet character is, then that's him. Oh shoot, I actually need to make some more food. We're running low. Haven't been on the last couple of days. Oh, the star tab, that's your skills menu. That's true, I haven't really mentioned this much. You can get like skill increases as you do different tasks, so mining and running is one example. It's a little bit of an underwhelming skill tree because there's definitely some skills where I'm thinking personally, oh, those are definitely like, it's not even up for debate what you would choose. And in order to progress through the tree, you have to complete a node before you move on to the next one. And your skills will go from 0 to 100, so every time you gain, what is it, your skill goes up by 5, you gain 1 point that you can distribute. So that basically means that if you have to fill out every single one, you can only fill out 4 of these, because you need 25 points in order to, you know, get 5 skill points and fill out one of these. Been job hunting, okay. My head is in the way. Okay, so this... There we go. This is 10% mining damage. This is so this is where it's like you get to choose one, right? 10% chance to gain an additional ore from walls containing ores, or +2 tiles worth of visible ore distance. Like, tell me which one is better, because I think I know the answer to that. Oh, and the damn server went down again for update 6 hours, so you're playing 7 days. Ah, okay, good. I mean, you probably could, but there's like literally no reason to get this. Because in order to get the next tier, you need to fully upgrade the previous one. Alright? So that means if you want to get one of the bottom ones, you have to keep going downwards. Yeah, you could also say like, oh, the top one, this one, and this one, for instance. But I don't think that's really something that... So this gives like, you know, additional ore chances for mining ore. This increases your mining speed as compared to giving you explosive damage or mining damage added as melee damage. I would say these two are kind of like better than just outright explosive damage. And then finally you get movement speed boost for a short duration after mining a wall, or a chance to drop valuable items from any mined wall. Any, by the way. Meaning that this means even if you mine a wall and build it up again, by the sound of it, you have a chance of just getting rare materials too. Like a deer with no legs, no eyes, and no ding dong, no fucking idea. Ah, haha, funny. So I would go like this basically. Right? Because if I want this down here, I can't go for strength regardless. And if I want this one over here, I won't be able to get explosive engineer either. So there is only one path, pretty much. And the same is true for everything else, from what I've noticed. Trust you, millions wouldn't. So what, like, let's take this as an example, gardening, right? So obviously you're forced to get the top skill. Extra food when eating plants or cooked food made out of plants, or chance to not consume water when using the watering can. I mean, you need to grow less food, or farming is a little bit more convenient because you don't have to refill your watering can, which is already not really an issue. So this doesn't really solve something for you. So the only reason to get that would be to get poison-coated weapons. Which is also kind of sucks because it means you get forced into choosing this useless skill to get something that might be useful. No, I haven't. I've barely done fishing because I fucking hate fishing in video games. 5 chance to apply poison on hit reduces enemy healing received by 75%, which is pretty good. Alternatively, you could get thorns damage, which just means when you take damage, I suppose you do it as retaliation, or you gain additional critical hit damage. I mean, all these three are damage related, so no matter how you slice and dice it, they make you deal more damage, though this one is more passively. Don't know why they have combat options in the non-combat skills. That's to make them... That's probably because they ran out of ideas on how to make these interesting, I guess. In the end, it's like 3% chance that plants planted by you become golden, or 5% damage against poison targets, which tells me that this is only useful if you use specific weapons and or have poison-coated weapons already. So again, it's like this one, because that is useless, and then either of these really is like, do you want a defensive capability or offensive? I would probably go for offensive, so again, like only one path that really matters. Even in video games, he sticks himself with the hook, you've seen it, and it isn't pretty. I don't know yet. I haven't seen any weapons that do poison damage. The only weapon I've had that does something special is the slime sword so far, which slows down targets, really. I actually have an idea. So because my cam is in the way, why don't we actually just move that? Would it... See, it's like, do I move it here or do I move it over here? Or I think it's actually a Minecraft situation where I think we want to do something like... Gonna break your minds. Wow. Like this, actually. I think that might work a little bit better. Because now you can actually see all these text things, because they appear on the right hand side, like literally every single item, all their stats are on the right hand side. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that comes up in the left hand side, that's why I think right hand side might be better. Like there's the menu stuff, but you don't care about the continue button and the settings button. So I did do the same thing for Minecraft for the same reason, because you have just enough items on the right hand side, so when I'm looking at item crafting and stuff, that's usually more useful. So unless there is like a setting for UI... Streamer mode? What the fuck does... What is streamer mode? I didn't even know that was a thing. Well, I'm in streamer mode now, whatever the heck that means. Yeah, now you can't see the exit button. Oh no. But there's no like being able to swap the UI to be on the left hand side would be kind of cool. But I digress. Also, all the character stats are on the right hand side, so yeah, I think this is better. No cheat mode, damn it. Oh, tooltip would be nice on what streamer mode is. I think it might be something to do if it's the game ID. It's the game ID up here, because you need this game ID in order to join someone's game. So I think this just makes it so that the game ID is hidden. I think that is basically it. So yeah, oh no, you can go back through my VODs and then you see my game ID. What a disaster. But yeah, so far I've pretty much just, for some of these things, noticed that it's very like one-sided which things I really want. It's not like oh, if I go this other side, I make a different kind of character that works in a completely different way with a different build necessarily. I mean, for the poison, kinda, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's too much that you need to worry about. It's just like extra perks, really. This is Core Keeper Hawkeye. It does have multiplayer. It's just gotten into early access and people are already claiming they're in endgame 2 days after. It's a little bit some people will say that it looks and feels a little bit like Stardew Valley, but it plays much more like a game called Forager though. It's just less known, I suppose. There's always some... Yeah. I mean, I haven't been out fighting the actual enemies at which... It's like a threshold game, like Terraria in that sense. Right now, slimes are not an issue whatsoever. But if I go out to where my current progression is at, it starts getting hard. They hit pretty hard. Bosses also do a lot of damage. But it's like once you overcome that threshold, you don't really like have much problems dealing with them. Yeah, exactly. The inventory layout is very Stardew Valley-esque, very simplified. But then the whole building system of the game is then like Forager. But then again, I think Forager is in its own right also inspired by Stardew Valley, so that's why there's gonna be a lot of crossover. But yeah, gameplay-wise, definitely would say it's more Forager than Stardew Valley. It's a little bit more snappy. Combat is a little bit better too. I don't know. I haven't gotten into any automation in the game that's been like revealed to me yet. I would need to beat the next boss and or get the next tier of ore before I can get that, I think. Yeah, both have pretty good gameplay, indeed. And they're very similar. Oh shit, we need to cook some food before I head somewhere. So I've got these bomb peppers that I could use for cooking, but I don't want to use too much of it because it's got a secondary use as well. Because we can make bombs with these. Boom. Slime and bomb pepper allows me to build these bombs. I had like 10 of them for the worm boss, and it got just absolutely fucking decimated for the first half of its hit points. So I do want to have some more of these. But yeah, the whole way that all the icons pop out whenever you move them or interact with them, that's very, very Forager-like. Can you color your chest in this one? Funny that you ask. I think you actually can, yes. Trying to remember. Oh no, it's out here. Because you have these paintbrushes, and for the chest, yes, I'm pretty sure you can color them. There are a lot of things you can't color though, like the wooden planks. But you can make these colorable walls that I have in these rooms down here, and floors which are used out here and in there. Those can be colored. I haven't really thought about actually colorizing these. I should really have done so a long time ago. Because I keep like misplacing things. You are a little bit limited in color choices though. These are the colors that you have at your disposal. So it is. You can also be lucky enough to find chests out in the world that look different. Like I've got this sort of ruins type chest, and I've got like, it's a little bit, you can't really see it, but it's like a flesh kind of like shaped chest, because I found it in some kind of fleshy biome. Also, when the bosses drop, they also generate these chests that are a little bit larger, and they also, you know, look unique. So it's a little bit like Terraria more in that sense, where you go out, you beat bosses, you do exploration, and you find unique items that are out and about, and then you take them back home. Like this tent, sleeping rug, and this campfire, those were found. You can't make those yourself, right? So also, I should store this hoe because I don't really need it. I think the bombs also we can just put in storage. Now I have a ton of them for when I need them. But how are our tin bars going? Okay, we've got 40. So let's make some railway tracks. All helps to split stuff up though. The amount of types in that game? You mean in Terraria? Terraria has like so many decorative items, it's ridiculous. But that's also like, you know, the game's been out for so long, they've been perpetually adding more and more content, so they promised us that this latest update that they've announced, due to the what do you call it, because they got that Steam award, right? They said that they were gonna do one last final update or something. Oh man, will they ever be finished with the game though? I don't know. But yeah, these slimes, they're like laughably easy to take out now. Tools and armor do have durability though, by the way, but it's really easy to repair things. The flesh chips just creep you out. Oh yeah, it's just as bad in this game. There's like an entire like sub-biome mini-dungeon thing, which is all about these maggot-like insect beings, and they're just really nasty. They also spit acid on you, so that's... ugh, creeps me out. But yeah, when it comes to mining, like, we can compare it to a lot of games, but I would say Dungeon Keeper any day. Because the whole way that these walls are generating or visualized, that is very, very Dungeon Keeper-like. And at least as far as I know, that's the first video game I've ever seen that had terrain that looked like that. And I mean, Dungeon Keeper, you could play, like, originally that game was on floppy disks, right? So it's an ancient game at this point. And I think it's a very interesting approach they decided to go for that. Suits the game really well. I've always wondered how, like, on a code basis that even works to begin with. Maybe I should investigate it one day. Oh, you can right-click these to pick them up as well. Okay. Okay, we're up in the clay area. This is where we want it to go. All the sand's definitely easy to mine for though. It's great. So yeah, I would say, like, if we think in the big picture, a year or two from now, this game might be going, like, if it keeps up the momentum they've been having, or might be getting now, then a year or two away from now, we should be able to hopefully see some kind of Terraria-like development in scale, you know, content. That's at least what I'm hoping for this game. Because it does have a lot of promise, and that was like one of the main things about Forager that I felt was a little bit sad when I finished it, and most people will probably agree that once you finished Forager, the issue was that you couldn't really do much beyond the main content of the game. So once you did the content, there was almost no reason to really play it again, because each playthrough is just going to be the same progression, same like places that you go to. There's not really much variety there. So hopefully it's a little bit different with this, simply because the scale of it is so much bigger, due to the way that the world is just like infinitely expandable, or potentially anyway. I hope it is. I will try and find out, but it's gonna take a while. Wonder how hard it's gonna be to support modding for this, because I feel that mods would really be able to expand this if it's got a good framework for it. Of course, it might be a similar situation as with Terraria when it comes to long-term play. At least as far as I've heard from a lot of my friends when talking about Terraria and its not progression, but overall way of playing the game. There's definitely people in my friends group that don't... Oh, this is clay. Okay. There's definitely people in my friends group that don't really play Terraria for the creative aspects, because they find the 2D play space a little bit too restricting and limiting to actually build something really cool, right? They would rather just play Minecraft. Even though you can build some really cool stuff in Terraria, but you have to just look at it differently, right? And I think this is true for a lot of games, and the Core Keeper will probably fall in the same category there. Because yes, you can build a lot of things, but it's also, you know, you've got like your ground plane and your walls, and then you can put things onto those. But I mean, it's not like in Minecraft where you build the chair, right? You get a chair that you put down and then that's it. Just a very brutal but simple example, I guess you could say. So this is the aftermath of finding that giant worm, by the way. Because basically you blew up, you put down, or I put down bombs in front of it, which when you were on this path, the ground would start shaking whenever it came close. And I put down a bunch of bombs in front of it, so that when it came past, they all blew up in its face. And when it then sort of had received enough damage, it just decided that instead of running around the path like it had done for so long, it finally decided to actually fight me. What? Oracle card aura. Oh, that's like a piece of treasure. Huh. Still don't know if I should keep on to all those treasures that I find, or if I should start selling them to the merchants. Because you can find a lot of different treasure here and there. And you can make these display pedestals where I could put them on display and say like, oh, these are the treasures I found. But I don't know if they have like any value beyond display and vanity. But we've definitely got like a minecart system going now. But yeah. Oh man. Also, you can see we're in the clay caves up in the top right. That name sort of changes when you go between the biomes. And whenever you discover something new, it's just like, oh, a little bit like Sea of the Thieves. Whenever you get to an island, it'll tell you the name of the place. Not quite the same, I know, but because this only shows once you find the biome for the first time. That's kind of how you know that you've wandered into new territory and you might be able to discover something you didn't know about yet. I wonder. Yeah, there's no reason to have 2 rings that increase my mining damage because it doesn't really do enough of a difference here. Let's put this tin in our hotbar so I know exactly how much we have. Because it's like 5 rails per tin that we collect, so you can imagine that it's not an insignificant amount that I need to mine in order to make this rail system. And there's also it was 2 pieces of wood per, but wood is a easily renewable resource, so we got plenty of that at home. But yeah, Sapphire said that I haven't been doing much fishing. I really don't like fishing in most video games, and if I can, I will actively try and avoid it. But again, because they give you combat abilities, it's almost like they force you to. Damage against bosses after eating fish or cooked food made out of fish. 2% of fishing added as ranged damage. Like, but what if you really, really don't like fishing? Because usually video games that add fishing as a minigame are just, for some reason, they just have a tendency to be super obnoxious. And Core Keeper is no exception of that. And it's always the same. You put your fishing bobber out, you wait for the bobber to move or whatever, and then you left click, and then you have to hold down left click to reel it in, and then occasionally the fish will struggle, and if you hold down left click while it does that, it's gonna let go. And it's just like a timing minigame almost every single time. I really, really hate them. Just has, yeah, lots of waiting and gets bored. Exactly. It's just built to waste your time. There are some games that implement fishing in a sort of interesting way. Like Genshin Impact's fishing minigame is passable. It still takes a long time, but it's passable. Recently, like in more recent times, I think the game called Grow, Song of the Evertree, probably has some of the most fun fishing I've ever experienced. Mainly because the way that it's made there is similar to how you would find it in like Ocarina of Time or Twilight Princess, in that the fish are actually there, and depending on where you throw your line, you can make the fishing process more convenient for yourself. Because if you hook onto a fish closer to shore where you are, you don't have to reel it in as far either. And also, when you're throwing your rod out, it's not just like a click to throw it and then click to pull up, but actually like where you position yourself and everything matters. So it's a bit more involved, and you can again speed it up much in order to get rid of all that non-activity waiting around stuff. So other parts where fishing can get a little bit obnoxious is when they do the whole, oh, if you put the fishing bobber down next to a fish, obviously it's realistic, but when you do that, then it's like gonna get scared, and then you have to reel in and then refrow your line, and it's just like, come on. You know? I think Stardew Valley's fishing isn't too bad either, but I really only do the fishing in Stardew Valley for the sake of the community building. That's as far as I'm willing to go with that. If a video game doesn't require me to do any fishing to get like massive major rewards like apparently this game does, I'll usually just skip it entirely. And I might even skip it here as well, because though it is beneficial to have, it doesn't, if there's seemingly no particular reason to actually invest time in it, like you don't need those small benefits, then I'd honestly just rather not play that part of the game. So I don't know why, it's always the fishing minigames. I think in here the issue is like the rest of the game is so much more fast-paced, you know, like mining walls just takes like 2 hits and just barely even a second to get through and make progress. But fishing is like you're standing there and you're just waiting for the bobber to react, and then you have to like time everything and all that stuff, and then at the end of the day you catch 1 fish, which gives you like, you can use it for cooking. So obviously you can use it to give you foods that give you buffs and such, but meh. Yeah, exactly. Probably just added because most games, other games have it. I think that is definitely true. That is definitely true. Forager also has fishing, right? But it's through fish traps, and you just put it down and it does its thing. It's like a timer that goes down, and you just revisit that fish trap whenever it says it's ready, so you can go and do other things whilst you're fishing. So it's not really boring in that sense, because you don't really spend any of your time on it. Exactly, set and forget. And it's scalable too, right? So once you, if you want more fish, you just make more fish traps. Oh shit. Here you have to go out and also find the fishing spots. Similar to farming, exactly. Exactly. And it's such a weird thing too, right? Because if there's... I don't know how many... I really do wonder sometimes, who is this fishing mechanic for? How many players actually enjoy fishing in video games? Obviously, you know, it's going to depend on the game, but who is it actually for? Because it's important to answer this when you're developing it, right? Because you could be spending all this time that you're investing into this very niche little thing that usually is like very specific, right? You could invest all that time into other systems instead, so... What I'm looking for tin right now, if that's what you're wondering. And I'm just expanding my railroad network so that it goes like further and further out. Because after all, you know, ore is finite, so I have to expand outwards until like I have a good amount of buffer storage of tin. Because if I don't find tin when I'm harvesting iron and I'm building railroads all the way down here, and my railroad going north doesn't go into a tin filled region as well, then it'll just take me even longer to get somewhere at some point. So I'm just investing in the future, I guess you could say. That's how I would put it. And I'm also just looking to see if there's something interesting out here. I mean, we just found some rails here, which we can repurpose, so why don't we do that? This is how I got my first mine cart as well. So there's like stone here, but I don't think it's like a full-fledged stone biome though. That's just because there's like a mineshaft generation. I don't even know what to call this. Don't look very shaft-like. I mean, true, but I don't know how you would make it mine shaft like. I mean, it's had like wooden walls and stuff and floors, so it's like a little bit like this over to the left. I didn't build that. That was generated that way. Ow. And if I ever need slime, I just need to go up here and kill a bunch. There it is. Look. Okay, let's start smelting down all this tin, since that does take quite a while. And I can organize all my inventory while it finishes up, and then we should have enough for new rails. So if we try and sell this, okay, give me 6 of those coins, I guess. How much is this worth? 150. Looks like it's part of a set. Don't want to sell all these treasures. Because I've got like all these random ass things in here that just kind of look cool. And again, you can build these display plinth here, where you can put things on display. And since there's not many other things you can decorate with, this is kind of where we're at. Oh yeah, also the lighting system, in case it's like something that's easy to take for granted, but I think it's worth pointing out in this game. I think the lighting system is really, really good. Like, really good. It's probably also what's making the base a little bit laggy, though. You never decorate stuff. It's a fair point. Square stone box all the way. Ah, the wooden prison. It's a classic Terraria. Let's see here. So if I do this, yeah, so I can put that card on display there. Because I put a skull on display. I've got this ear plate, whatever the heck this is. Like one of the first treasures I found is this Triforce looking like thing. It's definitely like an homage to The Legend of Zelda. There's no doubt about that. Just like the golden cheese slope or something. Would annoy you because then in some cases you need an axe. Use rock pick, does everything. Yeah, in this game it's split up between tiles on the floor, which you use your shovel for, and then wall tiles, which you use your pickaxe for. And it doesn't matter what material it is in terms of which tool is more effective, since the time it takes to tear it down again depends on the material and the tier of your tool mostly. So repairs in this game are really simple though, and a little bit I don't know if they're like well implemented, because it's like you salvage items you don't want and then you get scrap in return, and you can use that scrap to repair your items with, okay? But there's no differentiation between high tier tools and low tier tools, other than high tier tools give you more scrap, meaning that I can literally make a wooden pickaxe, which is cheap as hell, intentionally salvage the whole thing to get one piece of scrap, and then that one scrap can repair any item up to its full durability. A little bit weird. Sword, pick, and spade. Yeah, exactly. And you can, I don't even need my, technically don't need my torches in my hotbar, because if I hold down shift, it gets my torches forth and I can also place them. Yeah, perfectly balanced. So for reference, a tin pickaxe will set you back 4 wood as well, and then additionally, some tin as well. So there's literally like no reason to, right? To like make another tin pickaxe or whatever. I mean, the good thing is that it might be a temporary solution, I don't know. Because the good thing right now is it means that you never run into a situation where you have to not use a tool for a while to reacquire like a tier of material, okay? Because that was an issue in the early alpha version where, especially when playing with other people, there just wasn't enough ore to go around for everyone to get tools even. I think Arkham, he ran around just punching the walls with his fists, which is fine for dirt walls because it's like 2 hits per wall, but you know, eventually you need to go out and about, and those walls take way more effort to tear down than dirt walls. So if you can't even afford a wooden pickaxe, you're kind of screwed. Yeah, this is why I don't feel that watering can upgrade under farming is really worth it. It's like I haven't even made, like I can even make a bigger watering can. I haven't even bothered upgrading it, that's how little it's worth. Because you just build a canal next to where you're at so that you get water moved to your base, and then you can just refill it, you know, ad infinitum. Which reminds me, I should really make the next tier of watering can. It was like, what, 10% watering can, or 10% chance to use less water whenever you water them. I mean, meh. It's not so bad though. I mean, I'm like overproducing, way overproducing on food, Cellfire. I mean, I made 72 of these. These will last me literally hours now before I have to reinvest in food. The only reason why I'm doing it is to get my farming skill up faster. Because of those other perks that you can get. Also, you know, wanting to try and get more seeds. Because it is very unlikely in the beginning that you have a sustainable farm going. But hopefully now that I've got that skill increased to its max, it should be more viable. It's still, you know, statistically possible that I run out of seeds, I suppose. But I don't know. Should be less unlikely, more unlikely now though. So I need 415 of those coins. So that's also what I've been wondering. Should I start selling food and stuff? I got this golden larvae meat from one of the bosses. How much are you willing to buy this for? 15. Okay. Clears out my inventory. But yeah, here we have these fish, right? So I caught 2 fish. And they were 2 different ones, so they also fill up your inventory really fast. Ooh, they seem like a good investment way to earn money though. Do want to sell all of this junk too, though. It's not much, but it's something. Let's also get this minecart. And let's actually just store that. Never know when you're gonna need another minecart. I also was really lucky when I started out. This was literally one of the first items that I found. And it's the only item that I have which has like purple rarity or whatever, so it was pretty good. Right now I'm rocking something else though. I'm rocking one that gives me armor. Armor is like really easy to understand in this game, fortunately. It's not like an ARPG where, oh, every time your armor increases by this amount and the enemy's level according to your level, and no. Here, 68 armor means that you can negate up towards 68 damage, period. And then enemies will always, as a minimum, deal 25% of their maximum max damage, as it says in the bottom right? So that's pretty straightforward. Armor equals less damage. Point for point. Let's also smelt this copper. I have a feeling that I might be worth just selling some of this copper, some of the gold too, actually, because I don't know what the gold is used for. Acid should be. Well, yeah, in this game definitely. In ARPGs it does make sense to do it the other way around though, because you want armor to be related to the like relative to what level you're also sort of dealing with. Should I make this? It's got less durability, but does multiple times the damage. I don't know if it's worth it though, because it's like this does 1.7 attacks per second and this does 0.5. So it does seem like if I just look at the numbers, it's sort of gonna be the same DPS. And you have less durability. So unless the projectiles fly faster with this, I don't know. Because the one issue with the slingshot, I guess, is that when you're using it, every time you fire, your character stops up periodically. Maybe we can just buy it and see, I suppose. But it's also like if you miss, then it doesn't really matter, does it? But it gives you more movement speed in effect. Yeah, let's try and rock the flintlock rifle for a while and just store a contingency ranged alternative here. Bling. Blammo. Now the question is if I should try and resummon one of the bosses. Should we try that? We can buy the giant slime summoning idol. I can also just buy a hive mother summoning idol, but I haven't even found the one that's already pre-generated in the world, so I don't know if it... Whoa, what? Yeah, I don't know if doing that is worth it. I'm kind of curious to see what happens if we resummon Gorm, though. Like, where does it spawn? How does it spawn? My guess is that it won't start traveling around. It'll probably just spawn around you and then come like destroy everything. So I shouldn't do it here, I don't think. Let's just put it away from the hotbar for now. So we'll just go into an area that isn't like populated with a lot of structures and then try and fight it there, I think. Let's bring some bombs and some healing potions too, because I almost died the first time I fought Golem. Trying to remember where those potions are at though. Are they here? No. No. Oh, I have them with me already. Okay. All this copper is DONE. Let's make some rails. At least it seems like they stack up pretty high, so... And this also gives me crafting skill too. Once you get high enough crafting skill, you can eventually get a perk that here, plus one extra item gained when crafting rails, wires, or conveyor belts. Meaning that if this is not even a chance, it's just period. So if I get this maximum level, I gain twice as many rails per craft, aka using, 50% less resources. So that is pretty dang good. Let's put this in storage just to clear out our inventory. Don't need this iron hoe. I only have that because I accidentally picked one up. And the minecart as well. We can leave that behind. And let's just put it in here. It's fine. I'm also running around with a salvage and repair station because of how easy it is to repair things. What is item 2? Oh, this one? This is literally a salvage and repair station. Because I found out how easy it was to repair things and all you need is wood, and I'm always carrying that around for torches anyway. I found out that it would be easiest to just carry this as a spare salvage and repair station, pop it down, do the repairs on the go, and just move, because you can't really handcraft it that well, because you need a basic workbench first. Then through the basic workbench, in order to make one of these, you need 5 copper bars, which you can only find in the near vicinity of the center of the map, which also requires you to build a furnace, which require dirt walls. Actually, I don't even need to carry dirt walls around anymore now that I think about it. Can save that space as well. Yeah. So there's that, and you don't want to carry this scrap around because you can make those tools out of just wood in your inventory, which is used for torches again. So that is the reason why that is in here. Well, let's go and try and fight that boss again and see how this goes. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. I don't think I should worry about removing any of the slime though. Wow, there's a lot of enemies here. Holy hell. But yeah, I think if we go this away a little bit, we should be good. Oh yeah, that's true. There was like a ring that you can acquire or something that allows you to move, I think, if not at least default speed, even maybe even increase speed across slimy terrain. If I get one of those at some point, definitely like do a circle around the map. But I think... Okay, there's a lot of water here, which reduces mobility, but I think we're good. So how does this work? Huh? How do you use these? Oh, on Gorm's summoning rune? Hold on, wait, what? Is that... Oh, okay. Wait, do I need to go... Maybe he does start running around again then. I thought you would just like use it as in Terraria on the spot, but I guess that's not how it works. So much slime around here. Squishy, squishy. Might as well. After all, we can use it to make explosives. Well, let's try and go to the core and then see what's up. I am so glad that I built this railway though. Because it was getting really bothersome having to travel all this way. By foot, that is. Okay, so... Is this a summoning rune? Oh yeah, that's true. You can make these recall idols too, but... I mean, if you're using railways, then you would have to constantly build more and more rail carts, so... So what do you consider putting it on the summoning rune? Consider from placing it on Gorm's summoning rune. Huh? But I don't know where that is. Okay. Does that mean that there's like somewhere in the world I have to find first? Or is it because it's something I haven't unlocked yet? Well, damn. Okay. I guess we're just putting that in storage then. What a disappointment. Well, question is, hold on. Which one of the NPCs had that? No, not one of the NPCs. You can make those boss locator things. And you needed these, I believe, and these. So we go here. Don't know what the scanner is for. Nothing was found. No kidding. Well, I've got it now, and I know that it's not a consumable, so... I think it might be this thing. Was it one of these? Glow, movement speed wearing this. No. Was it one of these guys then? Definitely not that dude. Well, that limits it to this guy. Was he selling something? Hello there, Speedy. Welcome to. Hope you're having a nice day. Trying to figure out what to do with this summoning rune thing. And also, I cannot recall where I found it. But there was that one thing that allowed me to do some movement speed on slime. I don't know exactly where it is. I'm fine, thank you for asking. Very considerate. A little bit confused at the moment on finding specific things. But otherwise, I'm pretty good. I just bought this Gorm summoning idol, and it says I need to place it on Gorm summoning rune. This is worm boss thing, but I have no idea where that rune is located at, so beats me. If it's like actual help or just asking, I could use some directions on the summoning rune at least. If it's just something I haven't unlocked yet, I'm still missing. I haven't beaten the third boss yet, so that's how far I am. So I don't want help if it spoils something, but like help in the game. For the moment, I would prefer to play by myself. I have played it in early alpha with other people, and it was like very unstable. But once I'm a little bit better acquainted with the game, I might play it with people again. So for the time being, that's kind of how it is. Oh, this is where it was. It was the larvae ring. If you get the grub egg necklace, then you can run on slime without being slowed. That is what I wanted. Okay. Unstable, like lagging? Well, lagging, and it was also desyncing a lot. One player would mine an entire region out, and you would go there, but on your end, it was still like walls and stuff. DLive, that's another streaming platform's Cellfire. I'm restreaming to DLive as well, so you guys are just communicating across platforms. Isn't that fancy? And then I use like Restream to relay the messages across. It still needs some work, but it's basically like something I wanted to offer people as an like a convenience thing, so you can basically watch wherever you want. Oh, I haven't made an electronics table yet. Why don't we try and do that? Yes. It'd be like that. There. I totally forgot about this. I totally forgot about the cartography map too. I think it's because we got into getting iron and then I ended up dying and then I forgot about some things. Whoa, okay, this is a little bit bigger than I thought it would be. Okay, this one is a 2x2. Okay. Get some tiles here. Let's go out. Which Minecraft is this? Never heard of it? Minecraft? Wait, what? I'm a little bit confused because weren't you were asking if I needed help in the game just a moment ago? I kind of assumed you knew what this was then. Let me just get it straight. I mean, this is not okay. Okay, so you don't know about the game, or what? Just wanting to try and get that clarified. Nah, I think that's well established. I think it's because Speedy is saying like it's a Minecraft-like game. Okay, sure. Thanks for dropping by. Seems a little bit random. The MC command only works on Twitch, unfortunately. Sorry. That is also not related to what I'm currently streaming anyway. Yeah, there's like, it's as I said, there are limitations when you're using Restream. Streamlabs has a lot of crossover here and there that you can make use of, but there are also a lot of things that don't, aren't really supported. Some things that I think are supported are like if I make Streamlabs commands... No, wait. I'm trying to think. I can't remember for Streamlabs, but I know Restream has its own system of like making things work across the different platforms, like YouTube and Facebook and such. But yeah. Can Minecraft look 2D like this? I don't know. I mean, maybe with mods, you could probably make it happen. But we're talking like extensively. I think it's because the stream's got exclamation mark MC in the title. But that's just a command, right? Because eventually the plan is to, when the mod pack is updated, to make the server available again. But you know, there are some rules. You do need to be whitelisted still. There's also the loyalty store. It's on there because not a lot of people know what it is, and it's actually a thing. A lot of streamers have it because it's like a default feature for Streamlabs. It's essentially like the shoot, what are they called again? The channel point system for Twitch, except it's Streamlabs and doesn't require you to be affiliate, but basically allows you to do everything that the channel point system does, to a certain degree. Yeah, I don't have channel points because I don't want to be affiliate. Not a good deal to be affiliate. So, because for one, it would, if I became affiliate, I wouldn't be allowed to restream to DLive, YouTube, Facebook, and all that stuff. And that's just not, it's not just like a matter of reaching out to more people and such, diversifying, but it also has some convenience behind it. Because since I'm streaming to YouTube as well at the same time as everywhere else, and YouTube automatically saves a VOD of your streams and doesn't mute the segments of your stream if they are if they've got like copyright content in there, copyright sensitive content. But instead on YouTube it just demonetizes the video, which is perfectly fine because I'm using it as like an archive, right? Because the other benefit is that unlike Twitch, they don't delete your VODs after like 30 days or however much it is. I think it's like 7 days, isn't it, when you're not affiliate? So, but yeah, I have loyalty points instead. And as far as I know, you do have to watch on Twitch to get loyalty points, unfortunately. But you've been acquiring them over time as well, Cellfire, so you probably have a good amount of them at this point. And I can set up both sound clip redeems and custom redeems on there. Is a little bit more limiting than channel points because some like implementations are made specifically for Twitch's channel point system and thus doesn't work for other places. But for what I'm using it for, it's kind of doing a okay job, I suppose. So what is this? This is the electronics thing. Powers wires and objects with electricity. Lamp. Electrical door. Electrical wire. A lever. Electricity stick. Emits a very low electricity that is too low to power up objects but useful to change behavior of programming. Delay circuit and logic circuits. Oh no. Okay. So this is an AND gate. Or no, it's exactly 2 out of 3 inputs. What would that be? Eh. Well, whatever the case, I've got a large watering can now. Oh yeah. Also, let's check out this map here. Okay, so this just shows you the entire map. Uh-huh. I guess that's like a multiplayer feature. Plus 126 fishing. What? What does that even mean? Plus 126. What is one fishing? As far as I'm aware, I do have everything else here though. Well, let's try and use this. Oh, this time it was actually consumed, but oh, okay, so the hive mother is there. So we know exactly where I need to go then. Well now, how about we build our way there first and then I return and gear up with consumables and all that jazz. I am very much tempted to make a railway line that just goes west from the core or our base, just because it's like in that approximate direction. So instead of going down and up, we just dig straight left, because that would also give us easier access to this entire area up here. It's gonna take a while though, but I think it would be worth it. This better be worth it. Said the Warcraft 3 wizard. And if we make the line up here, we'll have easy, a pretty easy path back and forth, I think. Oh, right. Before I get too much ahead of myself, let's go and grab that extra minecart we have. Because if I plonk that down, which we would need anyway, then at least that's taken care of. Clonk. Actually, instead of having it on the tracks, let's just put it down and build the rails, because then we'll be able to drive all the way back. At least all these dirt walls are insta-gibbed, so... But I guess it does mean that there's literally just one instance of all the bosses on the map from when you spawn, so... That also kind of paints the picture that the bosses will always be in the similar location. And that's also what we encountered in the early alpha, is that because we started digging straight east instead of south, we never bumped into that giant slime boss dude. And the only reason why we found the slime boss was when someone eventually decided to go south, coincidentally. Which I don't know if it's such a good idea to have done it that way, because it means that none of the bosses are located to the east. So if you just go to the right, which just felt natural to me, usually, in this case, you might never encounter any of the bosses. And until you beat the slime boss, you don't get access to the tokens or whatever that can show, they'll show you where the other bosses are located either, so... You might end up digging out pretty far before you realize that you're missing something. Or rather, you don't know, but it's like there is something you're missing. In Valheim, they did address this issue, actually, now that I think about it. Because it's a little bit of a similar structure in that regard. But in Valheim, there's multiple instances of the same bosses, so... Not only can you resummon bosses, but also if you do explore outwards, there's like a collection of biomes within like a certain radius away from the center, and if you go out far enough, the new biomes are sort of added into the mix. But it does mean that it also allows you to find the earlier stage bosses, even if you decided to venture further out. Sometimes the starting boss is like really close to spawn in Valheim too, for that exact reason. Whilst in some instances I've even encountered where the boss will be so far out that it's on a completely different island even, requiring you to make a ship or some kind of naval travel. I don't remember if you can make a raft, but basically you need to get to another island even before you can actually fight the first boss. Which is a pretty big deal in Valheim. Spoiler alert, I guess, so just tune out for a few seconds here. But in Valheim you do need to beat the bosses in order to get tools or resources for tools so that you can make progress. And the very first boss gives you like some antlers that you use to make your very first pickaxe, which means until that point you cannot get any metals in the game, nor can you stone, which is basically limits you quite heavily on what you can even do in the very early game. But I digress. There are also like ways to find the bosses, if I remember. And if you're further away, it'll just show you the way to the nearest boss. So it's not really an issue in Valheim. I am trying to sort of recall though, but I don't think in Valheim there's any reason to beat the bosses more than once, however. Because it is just that, a boss that you defeat in order to gain a progressive item that lets you dive into the next tier of resources and, you know, build systems and all that stuff. So whether that be granting you access to a new area or a starting line for the next tool set. Like with this antler example. The idea is that you get this as a starting pickaxe, but then once you have your initial ores, you can start making a proper pickaxe out of metal and then replace the starting pickaxe with. But I do remember when I was playing with the Voltage group, which is basically another gaming community that I'm part of, and it took us a good while before we realized how to actually mine ores and stuff. Because you can find these, and stone, right? Because you can find these deposits around the world, but there was no crafting recipes for your pickaxe anywhere to be seen. And just going into it blind, not knowing anything, of course, you're just experimenting until eventually you figure things out, so. Took us a good amount of time before we figured it out, though. Yeah, Hawkeye. You would know, wouldn't you? It was a lot. Valheim's a lot of fun, though. I kind of want to return to it soon-ish, but I would like to play it with people in a community, though, because we haven't played it since Hearth and Home came out either. So I have no idea how much has happened in the game since. Of course, my worry is that it might not be as significant as I hope, but there's only one way of figuring out it. Well, yeah, you too, Grim. It's a really good game. They did a pretty good job at nailing the whole exploration feel in that. No doubt about that. Especially once you get into the sailing portions of the game and really start exploring. And the build system, like, is very unique compared to literally, like, there's no other build system in any other game that's like it. There are games that have similar build systems, I guess, but the whole sort of way where you know, you have all your pieces and together they can make a whole, right? But you have so much flexibility in how these pieces can be put together, which enables so much creativity. It's ridiculous. The only thing that is kind of got similar with other games is the structural integrity. You know, we've got that in 7 Days to Die, but it's in 7 Days it's a very Minecraft-esque build system where everything is block-based still. It's not quite the same. Okay, we're definitely getting out here. Wait a minute. Don't these guys have a different color? Or is that just me? Because these guys looked like the other ones had more of a sand color. These were more of that, like, a little bit like a clay color, I guess. Or skin color. I don't know. Skin is not a color. What am I talking about? Light beige or something like that. Working pencil, like coloring pencils and their cultural conventions. Alright, Hawkeye, have a good one. Thanks for dropping by. I'll see when I can get time to hang out with you in Voltage as well. I do have to keep things balanced, of course, but you know how it is. Can't be everywhere at once. Hmm. 90. So the flintlock pistol is probably just as good, if not better, in terms of the movement speed. It doesn't feel as good as the slingshot. Let's just wall that off and hope that these don't spawn and interfere up here. Though it might seem like I actually have to go into that hive setup down there. And now we have another source for tin, so that's good. Maybe that's why those guys have a different color to them. Because notice how these guys were like a lighter, sort of, not tan, but you know, beige color. Creamy color. Ow. Freaking acid. And they shun the light. Well, let's just close that off. I think this is pretty good for a mining tunnel anyway. So if we go from here and then down, yeah. Could technically put a door in, but my experience in the early alpha version was that they kind of just broke those down as well. So I don't want to run the. Do I want to run the risk of these guys just decimating the entire place? Screw it. We'll give it a go and see how it goes. As you do when you give it a go. There we have it. I think we'll drive back real quick. Because we have a railway line that should be relatively fast, right? It takes us right back to the base. And then unload some of these treasures that we've acquired. And then we can return with a inventory that's a little bit cleaner. And some bombs and healing potions. Look. Let's do a little bit of farming. It's definitely laggy around here though. I at least wouldn't see myself making large builds in this game yet. Not with the performance issues that it has. But as long as the it's only like the base area that's laggy when you return, then it's like manageable, I would say. Since you spend so much time out and about after all. My immediate guess is that it's got something to do with the light sources. Light is usually a very expensive thing in video games when it comes to performance, so considering how all these lights react to terrain and blocking stuff and all that, yeah, that should be pretty performance heavy usually. One of the reasons why in games like Ark, if you place down a light source or you're wielding a light source, it'll, you know, glow through objects and hit the terrain. Like, it'll still illuminate objects only from the side that you're standing on, say like a wall piece or whatever, but it can still shine through that wall piece and light up like a chair that's on the opposite side of the wall and such. So essentially the wall doesn't occlude the light source. Oh yeah, with this watering can, no fucking way do I ever want to upgrade my watering can ability. No way, Jose. How much water do I even use? Per field, that is. A little over half. Yeah, that is not bad at all. It's way more than manageable. Alright, and that gives us a bunch of foodstuffs. I think we're just gonna store that for the time being. Okay. Store all. What? There's a slime in here. Get out. Let's also store these railway tracks. Put you in there, smelt the gold. Deposit our treasures, and that should be pretty much all of that done and dusted. Some repairs. Let's actually also repair this shovel we have here. Grab some potions and bombs and we should be good. Should be all I need pretty much. I just hope it's enough, that is the only thing. Because when it comes to equipment, I think we're pretty good. I can't even use this wooden shield. I haven't really actively used it, but it does still add 9 armor for just being equipped, so it is not useless on its own. Now we just gotta go and say hi to the hive mother. Of course. Okay, so it's gonna be one of those. So I essentially have to go through like a series of caves, it seems like. Like predefined series of caves. Because this is where I blocked it off. Oh yeah, that's true. This place is gonna be full of these spiky spikes. Also, this water doesn't look healthy. Oh, you can't actually get this, you can actually uncover the ground. So it's just the walls you can't uncover? Okay. That's interesting. That means you could actually move all this liquid over into your base if you wanted to. A little bit nasty, but you can. Let's make some wooden bridges. Because we'd run out. At least for now, let's just get through this place. Ow. Without getting too hurt in the process. You have a chest here. Another larvae ring. Petrified egg. Tin sword and some potions. Also grab the chest. Well, kinda have to figure out what way to go. Is this? No, it's blocked off. That's a lot of explodey boys. I can't shoot them though. Interesting. So if I don't disturb these cocoons that they have by going too close and shoot them at range, they don't spam out pretty much. And you can also blow up those things while they're moving. Cool. Yeah, once they start shaking, then it's sketchy. I think as long as I'm careful, I can probably just... It's probably easier to take those out with melee. The Splody boys, a bit of a different story though. I think I want to remove this chrysalis here though, because if I don't, it's just gonna enable them to respawn. Especially up here might be a problem because there's so much of it. Now, I didn't really pay attention up here, but I think, yeah, there's no chrysalis here, so it should be fine. Neither over where that loot chest was. So, I think we're good to go. Whoa! Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I wanted to avoid. Ow, and they hurt. Because those fuckers, they'll go from torch to torch. And just completely wreck them. It's a very obnoxious behavior they have. Because if all these torches that I put down in this path that I'm making for myself would just be removed by these guys. So it's in my interest to make sure that they don't get an opportunity to like do that. As much as possible, anyway. Yeah, I mean, the items just drop on the floor, though, so I can just replace them, right? But yeah, you do use a lot of torches in this game. Literally, when you start, the only thing you can see is the core. Because it's the only thing that's lit up. And it's like just surrounded by a ton of vines. Yes, you can. You can. I actually have this glow tulip ring which gives me a little bit of a glow around me. Ow. Because if I don't have that, it would be much, much worse. The very first thing you build is, or one of the first things you can make as an offhand item is a lantern as well, so you can get like passive lighting very early on. You can also hold down shift to just pull out a torch and use that as light source, but I do like to not have to think about that when doing combat at least, so. Those guys are so annoying. Especially because it's not like in Minecraft where you can just make a door on the fly. Because you need copper ingots for it. No, this is not Minecraft. Why do you think it's Minecraft? There's nowhere it says that it's Minecraft. Welcome to the stream nonetheless though. Oh, that's just a command. Yeah. Is it because when you... So there's a community server for, like, for the stream, which is a Minecraft server, but it's got nothing to do with what I'm streaming right now. The command is in the tags, though. Or whatever in the title. You can only use that command on Twitch, though. I have contemplated just removing it from the other places, but that means that I would have to set up individual titles everywhere, and that would just be so much extra work. That, yeah. I was hoping that I don't have to call me lazy or whatever, but yeah, that is the TLDR. But that's what the streaming category is for, though. So that's why I was hoping that I could get away with it. Might be better removing the MC part is so confusing. Yeah. What I'm thinking is that what I could do is I could remove it from the tag, like the tag, or it's not even a tag. I could remove it from the title and then have it as a panel instead. Because that way the information is there for people who might be interested about it. And then only if I do like Minecraft, I do !MC in the title, that is. Because then I only have to remember to add it whenever I'm doing Minecraft. Dig.io. Don't know that. I have a feeling we're definitely on track here, though. The question is if I need to go left or right. Slither.io I do know about. That's like really old at this point, isn't it? These guys just keep coming. Like going into the belly of the beast. Yeah, I can't really see what's going on in the darkness, so I have no idea where these buggers are coming from. All I know is that they keep coming. I can't step into all this acid stuff because that hurts me. So let's just take the safe and easy approach of gradually getting rid of all this junk. Speaking of the Minecraft server though, it's definitely about ready to get started. As like a test server thing or something like that. I'm a little bit reluctant to start a server right away though. And besides, I would need Peak's help with it because his server and all. And unfortunately, he won't be home a lot these next upcoming days, so... So unfortunately, it would also be a while, even if I was completely, what do you call it? Happy with the current state of the mod pack. I'll do my best to keep you all posted on the Discord. I'll definitely make an announcement whenever it's ready to go. Actually, how much watch time do you have, Cellfire? Can you do like a quick exclamation mark watch time command? Just because I'm curious. Oh shit. That was a lot of enemies. Ow. I think I'm a little bit reckless here. Let's just do this. That way I don't have to deal with the potential threat of enemies coming in from that direction. Slow and steady wins the race. Or it gets blown to pieces, yeah. One thing is definitely certain, I can make a pretty sizable maggot farm if I want to. Oh, I got another one of those hive larvae figurine trophy things. And you feel that? Gotta like find that one entrance, don't I, most likely. It's a watch time, in one word. You're saying it's too long? Whoa! Is that all? 31.58 hours. I mean, it definitely means that you would be able to get access to the server straight away. Rookie numbers. I mean, I always find it fun that I can do it myself too. Obviously that shows you something else than watch time at that point. We've watched 5% of my entire streaming career. Think about it. That is kind of what it means. That's a pretty hefty chunk still. I mean, that is, yeah, that is total watch time. Of all time. As far as I know, it never resets. So, considering that it counts my watch time when I'm streaming because I'm always in my own chat, just because of how streaming itself works, then that would be the total amount of time I've streamed ever. Don't think so. I tried using a Streamlabs leaderboard, which would have been able to show you, but at least for me, it's always been a buggy piece of shit, basically. It like worked fine for the first month or so that I was streaming, but then it just stopped working. So at least every time I've looked at it, it's like stuck at the numbers that were relevant back way when I started. And they just don't, the numbers just don't update. So it will still say that Amopika is the top like person writing the most messages or something like that. And I highly doubt that. Ow. I don't know or remember if Streamlabs itself allows me to see like a metric somewhere else, but I mean, obviously I'm not gonna spend my time looking into that. For every time I wanna look it up, so. Let's try closing that off, I would say. Damn, that's a lot of spiky spikes. It's an entire area just full of these. Good thing they don't discriminate. So I don't think you can use these on any of the bosses, because both the giant worm and the big slime dude both destroyed blocks that they were coming into contact with when you were fighting them. So that's like 2 out of, you know, 3 bosses. This is sketchy if anything. It's just like a 1x1 hallway here. I wonder if there's a chest over there, because it's like lighting up. It's hard to tell. Oh, definitely made it somewhere. I have a feeling going right would have been faster because this this is some workaround wing, it feels like. Yes, because that's where the boss is, the Hive Mother. That's the third boss that we need to take out to progress. And then I think we will be in endgame when it comes to this, so... Oh, fuck. Oh, bugger. Whoa, look at this man. Hello. It's like when they lunge at you, if there's a torch in the way, they'll break the torch. Unreal? What video? Which one of them? You're talking about the one regarding Ukraine and all that stuff? The one of the news reporters? Yeah. Yeah, like... I know it's war, but... as far as I'm aware, that's like a war crime, right? I mean, shooting innocent civilians during war is also a war crime. Yeah, I've been trying to like find some more informative videos that would do like a deep dive into some of the things that have been going on to really like point out, okay, is like on a scale from 0 to war crime, essentially, how crazy is the situation getting, right? For media. Well, it's also like if you attack a hospital, I'm pretty sure that's like schools, any kind of civilian buildings, if you deliberately target them, of course. Because the issue of war is that it can be really hard sometimes differentiating between, what do you call it, collateral damage in a sense, and directly targeting something, you know? But yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy. The thing that I found the most worrying, though, is the deceptive information that they're getting in Russia itself. A lot of people have started, like, commenting the thing where it's like, they can't believe why the Russian soldiers don't have enough free will of their own to stand up to their own government either. But that's, of course, I mean, I would assume it's because they're fucking scared shitless of what might happen if they try and oppose, you know, their government. But at some point, there's gotta be like so many people, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult. This... I'll need to take a quick toilet break before I do this, I think. Be right back. And then we'll try and take on this boss and see how that goes. And I'm back. Hard to find a workout somewhere that isn't biased towards one side, you find? Yeah, I think that's a good point. There are some things definitely where you can point your finger and say, like, obviously attacking innocent civilians is something that is outright evil in nature. I mean, obviously killing anyone or attacking anyone, regardless of the circumstances, is always a negative action, regardless of the situation, right? But as far as I understood, the problem is that the propaganda machine is telling the Russian population, or trying to convince them, that they're doing it in self-defense, with the spin that is like, oh, it's to protect the future of Russia, saying that if we don't make a preemptive strike now, we'll basically suffer down the line. I think that is the way that they're trying to spin it over there, right? Saying that, oh, if we don't deal with Ukraine now, then Ukraine might join NATO, and then NATO is literally right next to us. So we can take on Ukraine, but we won't be able to take out NATO. Because, you know, if Ukraine became or would become a part of NATO, and then Russia would want to try and attack Ukraine, for instance, they wouldn't be able to, of course, because, or they would be, but then they would have all the other NATO countries on their backs too, which is, you know, as a warmongering or strategic point of view, obviously not great. Yeah, so the reason probably is because Putin might be scared of NATO directly. I don't know. Because if you have more landmass between Russia and other NATO, you know, other countries that are within NATO, then you have a bit of a buffer zone. But other than that, and the fact that there might be some natural resources in Ukraine, I don't know. Yeah, if they wanted to join together, they would without a fight. Exactly. But it's like, you know, there's a reason why the US isn't part of the British Empire right now, right? So, and in fact, how is it like with Denmark and oh, I can never get it right. Is it Greenland or Iceland? But like one of those two, right? They got their independence and all that stuff. Because they used to be part of Denmark, but they're like independent now. If I remember correctly. I'm not too well versed in that whole situation, but there's something there. And that happened all peacefully, right? Because it only seemed right. Or relatively independent. Working together definitely is something that I personally advocate. And again, like, we're not opposing the Russian people in these aggressions towards Ukraine. It's their government, right? Those are telling the army to do their thing, otherwise they're deserters and traitors to the country and all that stuff. Anyway, should we try and take on this boss? I have no idea what to expect though. I didn't bring any thing about it. I didn't bring any potions to increase my defense, but hopefully it's gonna be fine. Automod definitely caught that one. Go die. Go fucking die. That's a Death Clock song. Okay. Oh, shite. Okay, okay, new strategy, new strategy. that was a good start. But now I'm worried. Because look how little damage I'm doing to this bastard. Fucking playing Ring Around Rosie or whatever the hell that child's game's calling it. Speed is definitely key here, I think. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Ow. Holy shit, that's a lot of dudes. Whoa! Whoa! Nice. Just as expected, they would despawn when you beat the boss. So there's literally no point. Oh, that's gotta be the rune. That's gotta be the fucking rune. Oh, that's where I got the grub egg necklace. You were wondering what happened, yeah. Well, that wasn't too hard, was it? If I'd made more bombs, this would have been easy as shit. So this is where that rune is. So there's got to be like, I'm pretty sure there's one for the worm up where I killed it too. But try and find it within this mess is going to be a pain. Seemed easy, yeah. I mean, all the other bosses were pretty easy too. So it's a matter of how prepared you are. So what does the necklace do on its own? Melee damage. I mean, I'm also spec'd into defense. My armor's almost broke though, but that's probably because of the corrosive acid. I wonder, is it even hurting me at the moment? Okay. But not nearly as much as it used to. Well, I think the fastest way back is just to go the way that we came in. But now we can go back to the core and put in that crystal. Yeah, if I didn't have bombs, it would probably be much harder. Because the slower you are in taking it out, definitely those enemy spawns would be a real problem. But I realized with the slime boss when I tried out the bombs just how strong they were. Because only had like a handful of bombs on that one already, and it was enough to like half its hit points. The same when I did the worm, I just placed like 10 bombs in its pathway when it came close, which immediately put its hit points at half as well. So bombs OP. I think they do like 300 and some damage too, so if you consider the fact that the sword barely does 100, well, I guess it would be 200 DPS, but still. Bombs BOP, man. And you can farm the bombs too, because they need these bomb pepper plants. So it's a sustainable utility item too. Since it's bomb peppers and slime that you need. Well, now. Alright, you're probably curious about what this crystal's gonna do. Let's go and find out what happens. Okay, so now that definitely did something. Is it blinking at me? Okay. Grubsuka. Larvae Spike Club. Ancient hologram pod. A strange device that materializes spirits of the past. Hmm? Chance knockback. Same attack speed as a slime sword, just doesn't slow down enemies. because this one slows them down by 41%, which is kind of nice. It's not really that much damaging, but Then the Grub Suka makes it tear down any dirt, sand, and turf walls in its path. Wow. Wow, that sounds a bit excessive. We can make this ancient hologram paw, but I have no idea what it is. Oh shit, it is looking at me. Now have awakened us. Yes. Never have we seen a creature like thee. There once was a thriving civilization here, but all of it seems lost. We must have been dormant for eons. We wonder. We must ask something of thee. Seek the ancient titans still roaming beyond the Great Wall. Destroy them and collect their souls. With their energy we can restore what once was. In return, thou shalt be able to go back to where thee came from. With the power we now imbue in thee, the Great Wall shall open as thou lay a hand upon it. So there was like a wall out there we couldn't break, I guess. We just haven't seen it yet. Sounds like a... Maybe it's a dragon egg. Sounds like a bad thing. Some kind of hive mind though. Okay. Thanks. Let's go and get some resources to craft these things. Also, I don't think I got any item for another NPC yet, so... Don't put that in there. Let's put it in this box. The Titans. Long digging ahead, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how far it is from where we already arrived to, so... It might not be as far as you think. That being said though, there's an entire tier of metal I haven't even encountered yet, so... Who knows? Who knows? The game developers know. But I think that's beside the point. Got another one of these fleshy chests here. Should we like build down here or something? Because right now this hallway is just kind of open to the outside because I didn't know how many rooms to build. Let's do a little bit of building and then continuing our adventure, I think. Just because I want a little bit more space to actually put down chests and such. There is also the prospect of refighting the bosses, but I don't know if that's even what that even brings me. Because it seemed very expensive to get that re-summoning item. But personally, I would rather try and find the next tier of ore, though. Tell you what though, this tree farm, major MVP. Seems more than big enough for the needs that you end up having. I mean, you also collect wood here and there, That was an issue though, early game with a lot of people, because you need wood for torches. We ran out of wood so fast. It's redonkulous. So fast we ran out of wood. And without wood and torches, you couldn't really like go that far to get other materials because you couldn't see where you were going either. So, starting out this game, 5 players from the very beginning, a little bit difficult. Can be done though. Yeah, so that just gives me fiber. I don't really need fiber, so there's no real point in even growing those plants at this stage. So let me see. Grub Kapok. You're out of here. Oh, the one on the right? That's because there's stone tiles underneath here. You need that for that crop to be able to grow. It's just all the other crops so far have been able to grow on this stuff. You can't grow things on sand either. There's also the reason why these wood root plants, they won't grow past this bridge, even though there's space for it, because it's non-natural terrain, I guess you can say. It's like, even though you water one plant at a time, it's not really too slow. You know, you can plant a lot per second. Not plant, water per second. What is your WT? WPT? As about 3. Yeah, I mean, at least it's not like you know what I mean? That's how it is in Stardew Valley at the beginning. So at least there's that. Try combining some different foods and see what we get. Because I haven't really been experimenting much. Crunchy tulip salad. Gives me armor for 5 minutes. Pretty sizable amount of my armor too. Crunchy pepper wrap. So that gives me movement speed and armor. Only the movement speed for 1 minute though. So if I use... that's why it grows on rock. Rock. Now I get it. It's a fucking plant made out of stone or something. So if I combine this with anything, it gives it the food and armor increase by the looks of things. And the heartberry should increase my hit point pool. Glow tulips makes you glow, so there's that too. Yeah, okay, so this is definitely what I want to go for. Because the buffs will last for 5 minutes, plus it gives me health regeneration increase. And feeds me a good amount too. So... we're swapping 22 armor, 23 food, 22 food or 23 armor. I mean, food only goes up to 100. But considering that my current armor is 68 with everything included, it's pretty good. The wraps also only give me 22 food. The crunchy tulip salad does 17, the same with the pepper wrap, so... if I wanted something that's a bit more filling, I would probably have to use larvae meat, is my guess. Yeah. So it's all around pretty good, because it gives me that armor resistance increase too. Oh, this is new. Sort of assy ass. So there's like 3 more bosses by the sound of things. Okay. Yeah. And since it only naturally is found in that stone area down here so far, this is and it's hard to get more seeds for it. That's why I only have 9 plants. It's also the reason why I wanted to get, like, you know, farming from very early on, because combining it in this crock pot, it's definitely good. Potentially. It is a little bit difficult to make sustainable farms from what I've noticed. Mostly so in the beginning. It's not as bad now, but that's because the very first gardening skill you start getting is gaining a higher chance of gaining seeds when harvesting plants. So in the very beginning you get... it's not sustainable, 100% not sustainable. Hold on, what's this then? This guy's selling some new things now. 50 iron bars! Whoa, what is this? Well-preserved piece of ancient paper. The runes are impossible to decipher, but small symbols hint at it being the recipe for a strange weapon. No, you still have a chance of getting seeds, but it's a little closer to like 50-50 chance or something. So as you need like a lot of seeds to keep a farm growing, and slowly your supply of seeds will diminish. So iron bars and larvae meat is what I want. Okay. Should have some iron bars and larvae meat. I haven't really been using for cooking since I found out that, coincidentally, you could use it for some crafting recipes. But there we go. Can't make this though. I need a few more iron bars. Sounds like fun though. Wow, okay. Wow. Well, this is definitely good for mining dirt. Think about it. Or clearing an area? Oh yeah, that's actually a good point. It's probably a better ranged weapon than the musket for the... because it passes through enemies. That's actually... Why didn't I think about that? Doesn't do as much damage, but I think it's like the increased fire rate is worth it. Its durability is the same though, so it will deteriorate a little bit faster because the fire rate is higher. I think I'll definitely prioritize using that though. Okay, oh yeah, railway tracks. Get a couple hundred of these. No idea how many I need, but now I've used all my wood on it, so I have some spare though. Should eat something. Yeah. Here we go. Store all this excess stuff. I mean, one thing that's a little good, I guess, is that because there's not that many items per tier or whatever, inventory management is not as difficult either. So it's not a big problem at the moment that the storage devices are fairly small. Alright, well I guess we'll head north. Or do we head south to try and find some more iron? Two very valid options. I think if I go down here, I might get my ass kicked though. To be fair, shouldn't really matter if I'm getting my ass kicked because I can't really do much to improve my situation now that I'm thinking about it. So make sure to have that armor repaired before I do though. Oh yeah, and if I'm going that way, definitely bring some potions. Because last time I was down there, I got my ass handed to me because there's these dudes that set you on fire. And if there's something that doesn't work well if you're on fire, it's the inability to heal yourself. So yeah, we've made it. Actually, let's just mine through this and see where it takes us. Different destruction. I know there's like those enemies to the left of here and something I do actually want to investigate. But I do mean like in the long term. Like if we get to a new area, if we just continue going. Given how the game's been so far though, a little bit worried that we have to go in the right direction first before like heading outwards to the outer ring or whatever it would be. So if I take the wrong, like mine in the wrong direction, I just might be making the game unnecessarily hard for me. I want to see this ring wall. Me too, me too. But yeah, fortunately, that grub suka doesn't really work on these stone walls. There's some of those red-eyed bastards there. But I've got way more armor this time now because of the buff foods. Yeah, it's definitely a bit more doable, I think. Holy shit, there's a lot of these guys. At least they sort of give away their position because they wield a fiery torch, so... Splish. It does make me wonder if they just spawn randomly around here and they'll keep reappearing though. Ow. Okay, fire not as bad as it was last time I was here. Oh, this is that fucking ogre dude. He's not fun. This is what we were faced with when I was barely even wearing copper armor in the early alpha. These guys are not to be taken lightly. We've also got like all kinds of furniture and shit here. Let's get more of these ruined tiles in this place. I wonder what kind of... Huh. What? Okay, so these tiles are not harvestable. Interesting. I wonder if that is an indicator that that is where those enemies are spawning at. If that is the case, I have a weird feeling that I can just dig the tiles around them and they won't be able to get anywhere. Let's give it a go and sort of just use this as a test case. Because if I do see come back later and then I see some guys on this platform here, then we kind of have our answer. And if that's the case, I wonder what happens if you block them with wall tiles instead of trying to dig a trench, if it'll completely block them from spawning altogether. Because this still leaves the problem of them spawning, if that is how it works indeed. Caveling hood. Okay. It's like a rogue set. Doesn't give any armor though. Gives you dodge instead. Something I am noticing though is that the health regenerating bonuses from food is getting less and less effective. Because as you level up and you get all those perks and whatnot, you just gain more and more hit points. But the healing items don't seem to become any better. Because if you think back to it, it's like the heart berries or whatever that add that regenerating effect to the food. Yeah, otherwise it's just you get more max health from being well fed, but you need potions otherwise to heal. So eventually it's just like, oh, the only way of healing is, like viable way anyway, is gonna be through healing potions. I don't think you use the heart berries to make the healing potions too though. But then either you use heart berries for both the healing potions and to make buff food, so you get that increase in hit points too. I mean, 25 max health out of shy of 300 now isn't really that much anymore. And again, it's... I guess having more hit points does increase the effectiveness of your healing potions, so there's that. But... Okay, can't put down a rail here. Okay. Oh. That's why. There we go. Dicky dicky hole. But yeah, that entire area is just giving me like a ton of decorative items, and that's about it, I think. Such a huge, massive, relatively open area too. Oh shit. I just realized that was a dead end, but I did it a little bit too late. Just disintegrated that guy. I do like the music around here though, that's pretty good. Wait, can I? Yeah, I can get it done a little bit faster if I just use the correct tool. Since I already started collecting some of these, I might as well get enough to actually use them for something when I get back home at some point. Still can't seem to be able to remove those pillars though. It's not the first time I encounter one of those. Well, that's true, I can also right click these pots and actually pick those up directly. The easier is if I do that, it's not really gonna do much of a difference because they're still breakable. Can't really use them for decoration. touch this guy in melee with a 5-foot prod. Cabling chest. Oh, it's a chest piece. Okay. Okay, I think we got, at least in the southern part, everything investigated at this point. There wasn't really all that much in the northern area here, so this is like a huge open space here now. How far back is the minecart, I wonder? There it is. Let's continue going because we still have a good amount of inventory space left. We want that next tier of ore though, because mining this stone does take for a good amount of time. No new perks, just double checking. How high is my defense even with that on? 97. 97 damage is just being mitigated, or up towards anyway. Looks like we've got a chasm coming up maybe. Definitely seems like that is the case. Just barely had enough tiles to get all the way across. I'll also try and get some more of these plants while we're here. Oh, I think we've got the wall here, Salfire. Okay, let's get the railway all the way over. So then the progression in this is randomly the map's randomly generated, but the progression is very much like Valheim then. But even more streamlined, I guess you could say. Oh wow. Oh wow, it just sinks into the fucking abyss here. Holy shit, okay. That's cool. So that means the entire map's just surrounded by a wall that just goes into the abyss. Cool, cool. There's definitely some new terrain here. So what do we call this? Grass ground. Okay, so we actually have literal grass now instead of just turf. Alright. Very lush place this. Asio's Wilderness. Well, now. Oh, dude. What's this? It's like one of those, really hard to mine by pickaxe materials again. Okay, so now we're in like Minecraft-esque territory where we're getting like random seeds from punching grass by the looks of things. Old spore mask. Golden feather, valuable. Okay. Nice. Well, I'm kind of full on stuff right now. So we will have to quickly drive back to the core. But that is so if this is the core and it's the wall is like here, it's a pretty good distance. So it probably goes up to here as well, right? Meaning that had we progressed further north, it wouldn't have taken us long to get to the wall either. My thought process was, though, that we would have to go through the stone area outwards towards the wall. Mainly because the stone area is like the third place that you kind of go in the starting phase of the game, or whatever you want to call this. So, assuming that that's like a hint on the direction where you should be going forward, then it's basically just that direction and further out, right? So... yeah, like... Okie dokie, time to sort out all this stuff. Just put all these ruins decoration items in here for now. Yeah, let's also put those armor pieces in just because, why not? Didn't even realize I picked up all that scrap stuff. This should give us enough iron to make that item that we couldn't afford before. There'll be no slacking here. I wonder. No. It was worth a shot. I was hoping that I could use this tool to also, or weapon, to also harvest all my wood. But said this is not the thing. Sadly. I just had an idea. What happens if I... Oh shit. Yeah, we've got crunchy berry pudding for fucking the next eternity. I was wondering though, what happens if we combine two Karoks together? Because if one gives you a lot of defense buffs, what does two do? You get crunchy stone dip snack, which is actually kind of shitty. So it gives you the defense buff, but it gives you less food than if I merge it with something else. So that's definitely not a valid idea. That is not something I want to do whatsoever. Absolutely not. Oh yeah, watering can. Let's get you out. Hey, sister. Is valid just inefficient? And wasteful. Good to see you. It's been a while. How you doing? You must be waking up in the US. I assume. Doing good? Well, then that is good. A lot of people having issues these days, so when it's good, that should also be celebrated. 10:20-ish, okay. So a little bit around the time when I would get up. Not these days, but usually anyway. My preferred time of getting up is around 10 AM. I am not a morning person. I wanna know where my wood is. I'm going to find it. So, are you new to this game, Sistra? Seen it before? I don't remember if you were here when we were playing the early alpha thing. What do I need for potions again? Oh yeah, I could also have made these potions in Rage. 32% melee damage. Never seen this, you think? Okay. I mean, it's gotten into early access 2 days ago. People are already in game. Apparently. Fucking streamers, right? But it's been in... They did like a public open early alpha test release a couple months ago at this point, so everyone's, or not everyone, but there's a lot of people playing it right now. Suffice it to say. Heartberries and slime. Okay, should have plenty of slime at this point. It's decent. It's definitely noticeable that it's early access, but you know, it's a good foundation. They need some content though. Plays a lot like Forager and has many things similar to Stardew Valley and Terraria as well. Right now we're just like returned to do a bit of farm maintenance, crafting, and then we'll head back out to where we were at and do some more spelunking. Not too long ago we beat a boss that allowed us to access more of the world, basically. You've played Terraria, okay. So it's a little bit similar that there's a progression that's tied to beating certain bosses. And the bosses drop loot chests. And so forth. I haven't tried taking them out multiple times yet. So I don't know how many items they can drop that are unique to the boss. I don't know if it's like you beat them once and you get everything, or if there's reason to even do them multiple times. So that is yet to be seen, but it's very similar in that regard, at least. Got food, we got rails, we got wood, we got space. Okay, I think we're good to go, because again, there's not really anything I can do until I get that next tier of materials. Before we leave though, there it is. Let's make a few extra wooden bridges. Oh shoot, I almost completely forgot. We were trying to invest into that thing, weren't we? Oh. Where you needed this. But I can't remember the other things. Let's see. Okay, we have it all. Yeah, let's try and roll with this barbaric looking weapon for a little while. and see how we do. Go south, back to where we were. It's getting really, really far away now. I do kind of wonder how far out you can go now, because it's at this stage I have a feeling that there's an outer limit. And this is where we got to. Whoa, okay. Fuck that. Those grass walls are made out of titanium steel. Fuck that. Seven hits. 7 hits. Oh man. This is not something that you just simply mine through. Damn. I think that is probably why there's so much open space here. This is like the fucking Shattered Lands out here. What the hell? So much nothingness out here. Strip mining this place is gonna be a pain though. I was hoping that we can just get these freebies. Plenty of wood to go around though. Hot horn. Just a valuable item, okay. Definitely a lot of just sellable items in here. Haven't seen a single enemy out here though. Is it because this place is less complete? Will there not be any enemies at this point forward, other than bosses maybe? That would be a little bit disappointing. It does feel like that though. At the same time, if this entire place... A dry butterfly, okay. At the same time though, if this place was full of enemies, I think that would also be a pain in the ass. What's this? Reduced healing received and movement speed reduction, okay. Oh, speak of the devil. There are slimes here. Poison slimes, nonetheless. I have a weird feeling that they would hide some special accessories through the fishing system though. And you know, there's bound to be like some really good accessories that you can only acquire through fishing. Petrified coral. It's just another valuable, okay. Ancient feather. Ow. Don't want to die out here. Oh, right. Oh, that is evil. That poison effect is fucking evil. So 75% reduction on an item that only then like originally even heals 30% of your hit points makes it basically worthless. And these guys have a lot of hit points. What the fuck? What's this guy up there? It's like a guy floating on a carpet or something. Yeah, you're not poor, Sistra. That's definitely a thing. Ah, shit, I stepped in bullshit again.
Death shall cleanse the world.
Indeed. I've tried like adjusting the volume on some of those sound bites that I knew were pretty quiet. Wipe your feet.
Off I go then.
Okay, Ham, okay. I don't have to leave. Still a lot of nothing here though. Try zooming in a little bit. I think I need way more than this 12 Scarlet ore that I've obtained so far. You're more fortunate than me, sort of spend it all on remote stuff. Oh. Yeah. I think Andre is in a similar position. Pretty sure Andre is in a similar position. Man, I would not want to get to this point with like a group of people and have to share these very, very sparsely placed ores. Yeah. Yeah, I did. Was definitely a thing. At first, when Andre was testing it out for me too, I hadn't set it up correctly, so he was next. Like it told you that you were spending points, but you actually didn't. So I think he ended up getting like 10 redeems in or something before I finally fixed it. So we got a lot of points for free. But I've also since then, you know, tweaked the amount of RimWorld TTK coins that you got, so... Damn, I definitely want a better pickaxe than this. Mechanical arm? Yeah. I don't remember how many coins it gives you at this stage. Seems like when you're mining these blocks, there's just a chance of getting random treasure. Because it's not... I've gotten it a couple times now, and I was wondering where it was coming from. A little bit weird though, because I thought you would need a perk for that. There is a perk that in the skill tree that enables you to just get random treasure like this. But I don't have that yet, so I'm not sure why this is... If that's just a feature of the terrain. Imagine wanting to get all this water back home though. That would take a hot second. I don't know if it's the same type of water that we have back at home. It does seem much more bluish though. Also, I am morbidly curious. So you guys notice how... So there used to be that huge wall around here in the map from this point, right? Do you think it would be a bad idea to open up the floodgates? Because this like goes all the way around. And if I dig just a 3-tile trench here, it will be unstoppable. What could possibly go wrong? Yep, okay, so it's just kind of spread out into this entire chasm now. Okay, okay. Oh, right, I guess there's a... No, okay, so... Oh, I didn't even know that it would spread under those platforms. Okay, I really do hope that this was not a mistake. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, it's for PC. Sorry.
That's your favorite thing! Disappointment!
That was... I don't think that was in relation to what Sister just... What you just said, Sister. That was... The timing of that one. You can watch the trailer still though if you want to help out. Would be greatly appreciated. Speaking of that, next week is going to be the last week of my business classes, so soon I'll be working on it full time, so when I start doing that, you might be able to see more of the game that way too. Oh, it was you who redeemed it yourself. Ah. Fair enough, I didn't even... I thought that was him for some reason. My bad. It's been a while since someone's redeemed sound, so... Oh, yes. Yes, it is. I've actually tried to be clear about what all the sound bites are in the store as well. So if you're curious, should be able to read it there too. The reason being that you can't really like listen to a preview of the clip before you buy it. So, because people were like a little bit annoyed that they had no idea what they were sort of investing into, even though they're just, you know, 3 points or whatever. Decided to add a bit of insight on the source of the thing. But yeah, it's Toki that basically is like, they have that box come in, it's like, this is the most brutal prison for the most brutal of all bass players. And the box just opens and Nathan just goes, nothing. And Murderface gets really like pet peeved about that and says like, oh, you all fucking suck. And Toki goes, got your favorite thing, disappointment. Nothing. Metalocalypse is just great. It paints a very satirical, although rather accurate in a lot of places, picture of what the metal scene is actually like. And it's just like, the concept's just so funny. Let's have this like universe in which the majority of the world's economy is dependent on the success of a single metal band, but then the metal band is like not only popular but also really good at it and stuff, but they just are inept at literal basic human tasks such as grocery shopping, which is the very first episode. It is definitely like one of my favorite shows ever. Not everyone's cup of tea though. Don't know if this feather is special because it's blue. What it says is an unusual feather left by something big. So either that's foreshadowing of what the boss is, or it's used for crafting something as well. Could be both, of course. Broken handle, chipped blade, and cleared gemstone. Guess I would have to find those. Alright, sister. Thanks for looking. So I have a feeling that this poison slime is used for like poison-based weaponry. So I need 25 Scarlet Bars before I can even do anything. It's the next tier. I've got all the ore to make the workbench. My guess is though that I won't be able to afford anything of that tier or whatever it is. So, but while I wait for it to finish smelting all the ore that we do have, let's go through our fields and replant. Gotta get that gardening skill up, right? but really, like, we need more food at the moment and for the next very, very long while, so... That being said, I guess it makes the... Oh, right, we can still use it to make potions and bombs and stuff. It is kind of nice, though, that the same items that you use for consumable food is kind of like also used for very, very useful utility items, right? I don't think I can recall any other video game where I've really seen it been done in the same way. I mean, you know, we're using bomb pepper, which is an edible, to make explosives as a consumable weapon too. Which is kind of cool because it means you're not growing specific plants for the sake of making explosives, but you're just using what you're already making and can use it for, you know, just regular food. I think that's a pretty cool sort of way of doing things. There we go. Might as well gather wood as well, because I have a high expectation that the ore still needs smelting, because it was going by really, really slowly. One thing is certain though, we're never gonna be running out of any wood. Especially not any root seeds, because I keep getting more and more of them. Kind of wonder how far away these plants can also spread, if there's like an actual limitation for it. Or if they just like keep spreading away from the mother plant as long as there's a valid location in which they can spread to. My guess is that they keep spreading, because I don't see any reason why they shouldn't. Oh shit. Just wanted to store, not process it. I have more than enough food. Okay, so because the mushrooms and the heartberries both... because they both give you health regeneration. If you combine them, that health regeneration is increased. Dookie dookie then. And you were still selling just the same stuff? Yes. You can just buy your way to iron ore, I suppose. Okay, so I need to check something. I am just a little bit curious. Wait, what? Really? Do you guys realize what this means? Hold on. Surely not. Okay, so he does have like a... Oh, it's one eye. Oh, shit. Okay. I was just about to say... Okay, I completely misinterpreted this fucking UI. Okay. I thought it was 10 iron ore for a price of 30 coins, but it's 30 coins for 1 iron ore. Okay. And it also goes down. Okay. Because otherwise that would have been really broken. Then you could sell iron ingots and then buy ore, smelt it, and then infinite money. But no. They didn't do that. Thankfully. Oh, this is so slow. There's no reason for it to take this long. There. 25 scarlet bars. We're almost there. Almost. We need 4 more, but this is painfully slow. Guess we can clear up a bit of space here. Gotta tell you that weapon here is really good at mining stuff. Well, since we're still having to wait a little bit, let's make some expansions to the house here. And do we still have some? We have a few. Not a lot, but we have a few. Paintable walls and floors. One, two, three, 4, 5. Until there. I have no idea if it's even necessary to build any more rooms, but we're going to do it anyway. Yeah. Something like this here. Let's just put some wooden floor in there. Isn't exactly like any windows in the game either, so thinking just making these like underground houses, kind of like. That's what I'm going for. Where did you make those walls again? Workbench, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, we need a clay and wood for that stuff. Got a good amount of that. Got extra. So that's what I mean, like it's kind of hard to notice in between. I think they did do color code level ups in yellow whenever you can get a new perk or whatever. Ah. My hair's doing weird stuff. Ugh. But anyway. Oh, I don't have the iron for this. God damn it. I needed 2 more iron bars. Okay, tell you what, we'll finish up building here and then we'll go and get some iron. How about that? Sounds like a plan to me. Something like this. There we go. And I should have... Did I pick those? Yeah, I did. They're on 2. So up here we're lining up the space in here with these planar things. Pokey, mate. Okay. Not too happy with that idea. If we just have a little bit of a room here, that would be kind of cool. Could also extend it upwards a little bit. Just to break the shape of this building complex up so it doesn't just become a single giant wooden box or whatever. add some doors, and that is pretty good. Ahem. Plop. So what was it to make dye again? It was slime and wood. I only need to make it once too, so there's that. But there were some colors I never made. Purple is one of them. Green and blue. All the others we should be having. Let's do purple. Like a royal color. Oh, but the more manly shade, like purple. Just every time the purple color is named referenced, I just can't help but think about Saints Row. That one scene. There's only this flower that gives off light, so if I want to light up the rooms with something that's not a torch, I'm pretty restricted. Oh yeah, I could get the electricity thing going too, now that I think about it, but god damn it. I think we'll just stick to these. I can replace the ones in here though, to make it look a little bit nicer. That other guy is also a walking torch himself, so here we have it, the bed. Because I haven't gotten free beds yet. So I'm curious to see if a random NPC might appear if I put this down. Because we did beat the third boss. So it's possible that might generate another NPC, I don't know. Because I don't remember if this guy just generated out of thin air or if... or whatever happened. The first guy, he kind of popped out of the slime though. The other one, I think he just appeared at some point. Can't even remember anymore. All happened so fast in this game. But let's put all the stuff for building a house back in these boxes. Oh, also the lights. Don't need those. Paintbrushes, neither of those. All the crops half grown in the meanwhile. I don't feel like doing another farming run just yet. I think we'll leave that for the time being. Get the rest of these things sorted. Copper ore in there. So iron, that's probably what we should aim for next. Getting more of that in stock. Cool. Before we leave, we can spend a little time repairing as well, I think. The rest should be fine. Alright. Let's go. Can you eat while seated? No. You cannot. Now we don't want to go too far either, because we need to stay in this sort of biome area. So this is about as centralized as we can go. I'm gonna build tracks that go down here, because we could do that. Should be able to also connect it up with this, no problem. But to go down, you should just have to hold down the down key, basically. Is it only going one way? Okay, the logic here is a little bit weird. So I'm holding D and S, so right ways and downwards, and it'll just go straight over. But if I go left, it's A and S, which then will bring me down. If I just go left though, it'll just drive across. That's a little bit weird. And if, of course, I'm going right and I release the right key and go down, then obviously it goes into this direction. But yeah, it does mean that I won't need a second set of minecart. I don't need a second set of tracks. Yeah, it's disconnected or anything. Because if I just want to go towards the leftmost area, it's nice and convenient just being able to hold down the A key to just keep going left, right? Left, right? But yeah, even though I get all this iron needed for the work, like I needed like 3 pieces, but even though I get the remaining iron, I have a feeling that I won't be able to make much with it. So either I'll have to return or go further out and get that other material before even bothering going back, or we go back and see like if there's anything we can make with it. Simply because it wouldn't take long to figure it out and go there, most importantly. Vitality, another talent, okay. Oh shit, yeah. I'm on fire. Okay, so what does it say? 2% damage while at max health, or 4% damage while at low health. Doesn't differentiate between melee and range though, so 6% more healing from health over time regeneration. Healing potions also heal for 6% of health gained from the potion over time. Gain 0.2 health every second while below half max health. Okay, reduced damage taken from bosses, or chance to restore a bit of health instead of dying when taking lethal damage. Cheat death sounds the most useful, because once you beat the bosses, that's pretty much it. The lingering potions also sounds really good. Because regeneration effect bonuses only apply if you have regeneration. And the other ability only triggers when you're below half max health in the first place. Basically just ensures that you can't go below half of your max hit points. But it's like if I want the lingering potions, I have to take damage while at low health increase. I wonder what they define as low health though. So again, like they're not giving me much of a choice on where to go if I want those abilities further down. Or specific ones at least. Again, not too happy with that. But it means you can't really mix and match those abilities as you want to. Fire staff? I got a fireball staff? Okay. An enemy that actually dropped a nice weapon. Fucking burn. Wow. Wow, okay. Thank you very much, game. That was very, very, very much appreciated. Very, very, very. So is it just copper and tin from these? Oh, and all this other crap, of course. I think so. Yeah, these places just give you a bunch of lower tier stuff. Most of which I don't really care about at this point. Maybe unless, well, if I sell it, I could get something out of it, but... Hold on, did I see what I saw? Dude, I just got the broken handle as well. Wait, that is... You can use this as a melee weapon, what? What? It gives me more hit points. Okay. Does less damage than the current weapon, but... What? Okay, well, kind of glad that I went into a place like this again. Gotta be honest, I didn't quite expect that. You just kind of get used to the fact that none of the enemies drop weapons, so they just drop resources for so long. So, if you're just like really unlucky, you just never realize that they actually drop anything of value. Like major value anyway. So maybe the devs need to establish earlier on that killing certain enemies has a chance of dropping items. Well wait, they actually kind of do that. But I guess it's because they give you rings as some of the earlier rewards, rather than, you know, actual weapons. So it's like accessories and armor. What? Crystal Skull Shard. Okay. I'm getting like all these weird ass items now. That just feels way too coincidental all of a sudden. Because I went through that entire area before, up here, which didn't give any of these things. This is like actually feeling rewarding all of a sudden. It's weird. Like this fire staff is so fucking cool though. Because now I actually have a weapon where I can see where my projectiles are going. And it does a really good amount of damage too. Hells yeah. Burn, baby, burn. I wonder if it's only these big things that are actually interesting in that regard. Wait, we're gonna knock arena. Okay. It's just a valuable item, but still cool nonetheless. Have a taste of your own medicine, assholes. How does it feel? Probably not as good when you're on the receiving end. Also, I have like so many tin pickaxes, I don't know what to do with them. If there was a merchant nearby, I would just sell them, but honestly, I don't want these. It's just inventory clutter at this point. It's like I could sell them, but it's more hassle than it's worth. Well, alright then, we got a broken sword handle. And you could use that to make like a badass sword, I suppose, because there was that thing near the core where you could craft those special items or whatever after beating each of the bosses. Should definitely go and check it out. Haven't found all that much iron though. A lot of like copper and tin as well, right? Mostly just copper, it seems. A little bit of gold. Wow, I just looked at the time, so this game just eats up hours, doesn't it? I didn't even realize that I've been streaming for 5 hours today. Should we assume this is enough iron for now? But obviously I'm not intending on mining the whole place out. Died to lag, oh that sucks. I don't know if that's a lot though, 51k mass. I've like seen the game, but I don't know numbers and such. Like I don't have a feel for it. There were basically some of my friends at uni that played it quite a lot back in the day. Back in the day is like 3 years plus ago. 10k to get to top 10. Okay. I see then. So that means you went to top 10? Question mark? Yes, I did. And then I proceeded to like open it up and now it's been filled with water. Does seem like you can open the map though and look at that while you're driving. It seems like the cart just keeps going. But yeah, we've been out here. That's a couple hours ago now, it feels like. I should really start putting all my treasure in like one of these big boxes. You was number 1, you say? Well, congratulations. Shit, where did I put them all? Here. This is where I put all the decorative items. Anything else we need to put in here? This. And that should be it. Got some gold. Might as well smelt it. Snake gets too long and lags you out. Doesn't help being in Australia with like 200 to 300 millisecond delay. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Oh, wait. It was this guy. Right? Because you get this. So you need a broken handle, chipped blade, clear gemstone, 10 ancient gemstone, and 50 iron bars. I got a broken handle now. Don't know what those crystal skull shards are gonna be for either. Doesn't seem like I know anything. Seems like a bit of an odd question. Is it okay if I call you Bay? Yeah, who's asking? What do you think it is? Dum dum dum. Tin bars, that's what we need. So this should allow me to make an iron workbench. Nope, nope, fuck, that's not what I want. Oh, crap. I did the fucking wrong thing. Crap. No! Well, good thing I brought more iron. What a waste. I just instinctively made the wrong thing. God damn it. Scarlet workbench, that's what we want. There. Shoot, I'm running out of space in this area. So what do we have here? Yeah, as expected. Wait, you need tin and scarlet, okay. Damn, that's a jump. It jumps from 167 mining damage to 282. Wow. Wow. What's this? Oh, this is a glowing item that goes in a larger range. Yeah, tin for late game weapon. Automation table. This is what people have been asking about. Distillery table and a scarlet anvil, but there's no more, like, there's no more tier after this, it seems. They can make scarlet walls too. For tough encounters. I haven't had a single encounter in my base though. Also makes for a nice floor. Yeah. Sounds like it. You can also make a better backpack here so we can carry more, but There's a scarlet sword which increases critical hit chance, or has a critical hit chance. A great weapon for slaying foes. There's no scarlet shovel either. 169 fishing. But yeah, I don't have the ingots for it. I'm fairly close to it though, so shame I didn't have enough to just do it right now, because that would definitely make it easier to get more. I am thinking about maybe just taking this with me. And 4 tin bars. Wait, but I would need to have this with me as well, this smelting here. Damn. Does fishing give you anything worth getting? A couple things actually. I mean, just the very first skill gives me just dodge chance, so And then it's not until like you get to the end that your fishing skill gives you bonuses towards other things. One is damage against bosses when eating fish, and the other one is that your fishing skill is added as range damage. It's kind of cool. Well, the dodge chance might be worth, because getting the first couple skills, you know, dodge is literally 100% negation of damage. Why not? Also, we don't know if there's like treasure to be found when fishing. So I don't know what reduced impact of slippery movement means though. I think that's for fish. I don't know what that means. I don't think that's for fishing specifically. Throwing range sounds kind of useless though. Hey Toto. Ice? I haven't encountered any ice though. Feel like getting range combat is going to be really hard though. But what's new? I don't know. I mean, we didn't really get too far when we played the early alpha version. But so far we've tried a few... Oh, Selfire, you're curious now, eh? But there's 3 more bosses to take, so that's new for me at least. But we never even beat any of the bosses in the early alpha either, so hard to tell. Hard to tell. Put that in there, I guess. It's fine. Oh, actually, that's a weapon. Got 1 for weapons here. I don't have a follow age thing. Long ways to go. Oh, I don't think you'll be beating Toto anytime soon. But you can consider that a challenge, I suppose. But some of the immediate things that I did notice was that I found some terrain that at least I hadn't seen in the early alpha, so I assume there's a little bit of new things all over the place, which is part of why it's a little bit difficult to put a finger on one, like a few things to tell apart. But I don't remember, were there skills when we played the last version? Because the very first thing you do when you create a character is to choose a specialization or none, and you get all these skill increases. I don't remember if that was a thing, because we did only play it like 2 days in a row. Okay, well, I would maybe watch a bit more gameplay, Toto, then, because I don't know how much content there is. I already beat the 3 bosses that opened up like a space out here that was basically a wall blocking us from going further. But I think I'm very close to endgame already, and I've barely played it for like 10 hours now. Yeah. Since this is the latest crafting station and there's no new crafting tables. So unless automation opens up like a new tier somehow, I do feel that we're getting pretty close to what's currently in the game. So should we bring the things with us? I don't see why not. I think you're right, Southfire. Let's bring some tin bars with us, because that was like for all the in-game stuff, right? Oh, okay, actually for the sword you need iron. For the backpack you need fiber, okay. Just take the whole thing. Maybe you gotta find the next crafting table. That's also possible. We haven't tried refighting any of the bosses either, so there's also that possibility that it might open up some or uncover some interesting items that way. I mean, I literally just found a fireball staff from taking out enemies that I've been killing tons of, so I have no idea. I haven't played multiplayer yet, Toto. And I haven't looked it up either, so I don't know. Hard to say though. My guess is that it's probably not gonna be stable, but I don't know. I mean, the desync was pretty bad when we played, right? So if it's just as bad right now, then yeah. That's it? You disappointed, Sistra? And yes, it does also count lurking, by the way. I mean, if you go by percentages, Toto, you've watched a lot of hours. Holy fuck. Someone stole your watch time? Maybe it doesn't count consistently then. I don't know if it's changed. I wonder actually. That actually makes me think, because you're right, it does seem a little bit low. Because Toto's is very, very high, even like if you look at how much I've watched myself, and I mean, she's lurking a lot though. She's also active a lot. Yeah, it does seem a little bit excessive. Because she's borderline watched for half the time I've been streaming for. Going by those numbers then. Almost. which is why I'm saying it sounds a little bit excessive. What I do know, or the one thing that I do know is that wait, is this actually in line? I think it is. The thing that I was thinking about is that there was the thing about the loyalty store currency, which some people were not receiving it at some point, and I'm wondering if there's something similar with the watch time not being updated correctly. It might be. Oh, god damn it, Toto. Well, I'd love to have you. 10 days straight. Yeah. Exactly. Oh no. Not that emote, no. That is like the worst emote ever. I just have such a high tendency to look at my second monitor whenever there's a visual change, and that emote does not make that better. Does any food give mining buff? Not that I recall, no. I do have a ring that gives me mining damage increase, and there's another half of this called Ring of Rock that I haven't found, so I don't know what that one does either. Why the emote is bad? Because it keeps appearing and disappearing, so when I'm looking in this direction and, you know, my brain reacts to visual changes in my peripheral vision, I can see on the second monitor that this emote is like it's triggering my perception that, you know, something is happening on the second monitor, but I'll have to look over to see if it's like someone actually writing something or if it's just that fucking emote. Look at me. Yeah, exactly. Look at me too. God damn it. Okay, sister, I don't know. If you're being sarcastic. Wow. Wow. I could see that emote and I immediately knew it was one of Spoon's emotes. Nice. God damn it. Well, as long as you guys are having fun, that's all that matters. I will press on. So this is new. Or some of it's new. There's nothing of value here though, then it's kind of moot point though. This is very that's a tree. I just noticed that now. Okay. So it's a tree and I can't do anything with it. Alrighty. It blocks every and all placement. Oh, what the fuck was that? Oh, that sneaky bastard. Oh, I'll give you a fucking piece of this. Snake down. Here. Whack. That wasn't cool. He just... Where did that guy come from? Oh no. You're just being way too nice now. I'm swimming in niceness. Can't get over how nice you are. Seltzer when it got more content. Oh, right. I don't know. It was that other zombie game something. I can only vaguely remember what it looks like now. I completely forgotten about it, honestly. It depends. As long as my budget's in for it. I mean, I also kind of want to get into try out the Billions, but I'll probably wait for it to go on sale again. Because I've seen it on sale before, and I'm a cheapskate. But since there's been some interest in that as well, might give it a go when I can afford it. You don't like Billions much? Alright. So mixed opinions then, it seems. Shit game, that game. Wow. That's a very aggressive one. I think those two comments are related though. Unless they are. Aw, come on. Come on. All the bloody emotes. That's like the one thing that would be nice. Is nice about like being affiliate, right? You have your emotes. I can technically make them as well, but you would have to use better Twitch TV. I have added some of the default emotes in there, so if you're using better Twitch TV, you can actually use additional emotes, but yeah. Diplomacy is not an option. I heard the title, but I hope that you're comparing apples to apples and you're just saying you like one game over another. Because I haven't really seen Diplomacy is not an option, so I don't know what that game is about. Oh, it is very similar, okay. What is that game called again? What was it called? Dream Engines or something? Is that what it was called? I think so. Seems a little bit similar to the Billions in some way, but also different. I mean, that's kind of the Rift Breaker too, right? It's like over the last 2 years or so, there's a lot of games that are very similar in that regard that sort of started popping up. Probably because of the success of their Billions. Definitely does seem to fall in line with the release of it. We should probably try and smelt some of this ore, shouldn't we? Get that pickaxe upgrade. Riftbreaker was great. It's a little bit oh, Billions is too slow, too much slow pace for your as well, Toto? Okay. Is it because of the like I haven't played it, of course, I've only seen Keo play it. But is that because of the missions where you sort of like the commando-like missions? Because I could see that making the game very, very slow. But even Kyo was also saying the same, right? So Yas. Got a fancy pickaxe now. Wow, we can free shot these now. Holy shit. That is gonna be a game changer. And then there was the backpack here, so that's 10 Scarlet bars. Okay. Let's just stop this for now. Shiny Cheeseman. No, the actual gameplay is slow. Okay. Actually, we can just put this here and just return to it. Should also bring the minecart back. Commando mission is not so exciting. Yeah, it felt a little bit rough when it came to the actual gameplay part of those missions. Alright. Well, I guess I had a false impression then. It doesn't seem like you guys are all much too into it then. Look kind of interesting though. Oi oi oi, what's this then? What the? Hope I'm not killing some innocent right now. What the fuck? Okay, that caught me by surprise. I kind of saw that one coming, not gonna lie. It does look interesting. Dude, what the hell? Panic! Panic! Oh, so they're like just plants that grab you. The fuck, why would you grow this kind of shit? All I can do with it is break it by the looks of things, and you don't get seeds, so... Yeah, but they're like enemies. They're not, you can't get them by the looks of things. I don't really need any heart berries. Because there's some interesting tiles here, maybe? It's just like a small hidey hole here. But it doesn't seem like there's actually anything here of value. Nope. There's no fishing spot, so so that is not a thing either. Because you can see if there's fish in the water, and if there isn't, then you can't fish there. Or you can, but you won't be catching anything. Loot stuff. Always, Toto. Always. I'm still dreadful. Like in this place, there's like fish all over the place. All those sparkly bits. That's fish pond stuff. I am still dreading the what's in that very hard locked cellar in Fallout New Vegas, by the way, or Fallout 3 now. Toto knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, it looks like someone built the place. Definitely right on that. I still can't get over the fact, because you said that the Nexus rules had changed, right? So that stuff's like allowed on there. Oh, speaking of New Vegas, I actually managed to fix some stuff too. tried looking it up, and apparently there was a fix for the issue where if I scroll inside the game, it would scroll outside of the game too. Apparently there's like a mod that adds some tweaks to the game that resolves that issue. It also does some other UI related things I seem to understand. So maybe, just maybe, it's not gonna be like hypersensitive anymore either now. One dude still fish for octopus. Alright. If you say so, sister. If you say so. But yeah, that should be fixed now. I also found out some stuff about the radio mod that I'm using, so now it's not gonna loop the same 50 songs over and over and over again. I had to change like a config to tell it to actually use the rest of the songs, which is because by default it basically has... So the way the mod works is that there's 500.wav files in there, and they're only there as placeholders in case you want to expand it, and the mod only comes by default with 50 songs in there, since the rest are just like a bunch of click noises, temp sounds, placeholders. But I had added music in there through some packs that you could download, but because I hadn't changed that configuration, it was only looping the first 50 songs, and it was looping them. It wasn't even doing a shuffle list either, which I also changed it to. So it should be a little bit better now. Oh, thanks for that, Toto. Thanks for that. Bum, bum, bum. There's another tree out here. Does it mean there's another one of those sniper bastards around? I bet you there is. Where are you, you bastard? I know you're here. This is like a more than one tree. Wow, it's a pretty sizable place. I'm tired. Is that what it says? No. It's really annoying that it's backwards. What? D-R-E-A-T? Wait, what? Is that what it says? Your Dreet? Dreet? Or does it say treat? Great, okay. Wow, that's like so hard to read when it's backwards. Why do you have like why do they have backwards emotes? That's so confusing. That's great. I love it when a good plan comes together. So I can't get rid of these trees, correct? Yes. It's just like not happening. Now this is annoying. Tier 2 sub can reverse emotes? Oh, okay. Yeah, remake the entire rail line one tile down, yes. Because that is a sensible solution. Easy fix. Yes, easy fix. 5 minutes tops. That reminds me. I know I've got a friend from uni who used to say that at some point. Easy 5-minute fix. And yes, with the accent because he's from Bulgaria. Which didn't make it better. Easy, not fast, but easy. I mean, it's definitely easier now. No matter how you slice and dice it. Did you guys see? No, yeah, he's right there. He's right there. You guys seeing this shit? This little fucker. That's why I didn't notice the guy before. He's fucking hiding in the bushes. This little bastard. God damn. The Danish accent, oh. Do you really want me to suffer, Toto? Do you want me to make... I can make a Danish accent redeem. I've already got like a timer for a Danish speak, so doing a Danish accent wouldn't be impossible, but... It's like with Tumbling Satellite. It hurts trying to do that. I have to concentrate to do that. Something I'm already great at when streaming and playing at the same time. Hashtag sarcasm. Sister gets it. Well, good you guys agree. Ooh, shiny. An amber chunk. Chunky. Another one. I think the game's trying to tell me something here. You could do a Toki accent? What do I look like? Swedish? Am's not good at English. I am much better than you. It's like even more difficult, I think. Because they don't just have the accent, but the grammar is also just terrible. So you wouldn't have this problem if you made this one tile down before. Right, I know. Thank you, Captain Hindsight. The best superhero in the world. Motherfucker bear. But yeah, I may or may not have spoken with a fake Danish accent outside of the stream at some point. But man, that was also... Stay? That was also really, really difficult. Oh yeah, you got a point. Gets the backpack. Well, Let's do it. Do have to wait for this to smelt first, though. It's just 4 more ingots. Well, this is definitely the deep abyss. Seems like there's trees growing down there or something. Maybe some kind of plant. $69. Nice. Got the bar now? I mean, I've got 6 bars on me, but it was 10. So I need for it to like smelt a little bit extra before I can afford the full thing. I mean, the next boss, there are 3 new bosses or something out here, out in the... Whoa! Well, that was unexpected. I definitely found something. What is this place? Hey Loki! Welcome to the stream. Oh shit. Assassin! They're definitely taking a lot of damage. Did you just get off work? Fungal bone. The reed. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's a lot of damage. I'm gonna need a bunch of flex tape after this. The AI is kind of lame though. Oh, you're down with a hell of a flu. Oh, that sucks. 2 exclamation mark. Selfire wants to know who she's up against. That is pretty funny. 40 Celsius yesterday. Oh. How are you feeling today, man? I also feel like you've watched more than 13 hours, but I could be wrong. But it has gone down, you say? Got the bars. Oh wow, that is so triggering. 5 more slots. I'm too hot. Yeah. Definitely too hot. What to make next? I guess that would be an anvil and then... Or because an anvil would allow me to make better armor, which it definitely seems like we could use some of. Slow death, but you're feeling better than yesterday. Yesterday you pretty much just slept all day. Today you haven't really needed napping, but you're still completely dead. Well, at least it's going forward then. Always preferable to have a quick recovery, am I right? The worst is when it just keeps going. Here's that. Feel like I need to return to home base though. Shit. Is the minecart to the left or right? There it is. At least we have a minecart. I guess if I had those warp back items, then I could just pick up the minecart and then put it back down. That would maybe... I'm really considering to start doing that because this is really fucking far away now. It does auto move once you go in a direction by the looks of things. So you basically sort of start it up and then it just keeps going. It's been on and off for a little over a month. First got sick in the beginning of February, then again in the end of February, and then now. First 2 times with literally just a day or 2 of minor symptoms, and then the other day you just woke up dead. Alright, but is it just common flu or is it something else? Because of course we hope that it's not something else. Home sweet home. Also now I'm not as pressed to make the ingots on the move. I suppose I could get away with that now. Still can't believe I fucking made an iron workbench extra by accident. Just absolute dingus. That says Niggy. Oh, that's good. Good night, Toto. Get some sleep, friend. As you used to say, get some rest, friend. During the period, but you have contacted your doc for a checkup. Either you're super unlucky or something else is wrong. Terrible immune system, not enough sunlight. It's possible. Gotta get that vitamin D. Very much so. Get sunburn at the same time. I mean, remember, it's still like fucking cold as shit over here, Sapphire, so... This is not Australia. Yeah. There's a reason why I'm sitting with a blanket right now, because my toes are freezing. It's cold? Yeah, dude, it's fucking cold as shit over here. Especially today, it was really cold outside. I was like highly contemplating, I was regretting not having worn thermo underwear. Yeah, but the wind is really bad though. It's like, sure, 5 degrees C outside in sunshine, what's left of it, but it feels much colder because of the wind here. Oh yeah, they have winter in Australia, Loki. Do you snowboard? Abso-fucking-lutely they do. It's just that their whole seasonal calendar is just inverse of ours, pretty much. If you think about the location of Australia compared to Denmark, it would also make sense. Yeah, it's not that long ago we also had snow here again. It doesn't stay around here, but yeah. I think not. Was it no, not yesterday, but the day before. There was. I'm pretty sure there was still like frost on the vehicles outside. I mean, there's still like salt lying here, in like road salt, lying around town in some places still, because they did put down salt recently. So it definitely still gets very cold during the night. When the sun's out though, it can be kind of warm though. But I mean, you gotta consider that I'm in a harbor city too, so winds are a little bit worse here. And I could definitely tell because I went past the waterfront today that based off of the wave activity in the harbor front, it was quite windy today. Never seen snow. You don't use road salt either. Nah. But it does get cold though. Hawkeye, who was here earlier, he's also from Australia. So that's like how I get my insight into how Australia works. But you do have places in Australia where it does drop snow, doesn't it? It's like further up north from in the country though, right? Well, Loki, consider the fact that it can also get to -degrees in the desert. In like Africa and stuff. It gets pretty fucking cold. I was in Tunisia as a teenager at some point during the off season, like basically, and we were sleeping out in the Saharan desert on one of the days in the week-long trip. That was cold as shit. I'm telling you. I was shivering in the morning because of how cold it was. Only very few select areas have snow, and sometimes they get hardly any too. Yeah, we do. I do know that. Whoa, this is expensive. Holy shit. So I'm gonna need almost like 50 some scarlet bars before I can make this. Holy shit. Okay. Gotta grind. Oh, what the set does. Shoot. There. It gives you like increased critical hit chance if you kill an enemy, and stacks up to 5 times. Cold you've seen was a couple of years ago, got to -20°F. That's really damn cold. And the worst part about so how is it in the US? Is it like US wide, or is it only in some states? Because you guys have like an issue with winterfying your homes in a lot of places. Shoot, what's it called again? Because I know people from Voltage, a lot of them live in the US, that other gamer group, and you know, was it this year or last year? It was pretty bad. People that were literally dying because their homes weren't capable of dealing with the winter. Texas has had extreme winters these past 2 years. Yeah, one of them, she's from Texas as well. The others are Oklahoma, that's what it was. That's what I couldn't remember. And they also had issues where, like, electricity poles were just, like, torn down because made out of wood, and the nearby trees were not able to withstand the cold, extreme cold temperatures, so they were, like, collapsing on their own weight due to all the frost buildup on the leaves and such, or branches. And they would basically topple over these electricity lines, and a lot of people went without power, and the entire, like, you guys had rolling blackouts in Oklahoma, I think it was. I don't remember. I think it was it also in Texas? Yeah, that's why we bury our all cabling in DK. Yeah. Well, we can anyways. I know there's many zones in the US. But at least in these two massive places, it was an issue. Yeah, I think Oklahoma too. Okay, Cellfire, see you later. Thanks for dropping by and staying for so long. You gotta be tired. I'm surprised you stayed for longer than Hawkeye. Don't have to put down 200 miles of cabling. Yeah, that too. That too. Balloon spore. Get all these fancy things. I forgot to make more rails. Oh shit! All these guys again. Whack. Ah, fuck. Well. Great. It's my favorite thing. Oh, you're also gonna go into your couch, Loki? I was actually also contemplating ending the stream anyway, because I've kept it going for a little bit longer than I planned, because you guys were around chat and I was having too much fun. But I should really also finish up the stream, and I think instead of going back, getting my stuff, and then going all the way back again just to end the stream, seems a little bit much. So, I'll just go and exit for now, and then I'll retrieve the stuff either off stream or like it's the beginning of the next stream. Yeah, the hubris. You can die very quickly and then you gotta go through the entire map. That's why we got railroads. But yeah, US has two giant electrical grids, eastern and western, and then Texas is separate. Then their grid failed, there was no backup. Ooh, yeah, I see why that would be a problem. I do remember there were a lot of people that were also running off of gas, so they like invested in local, like, you know, per house generators and running off gas and such, because there were some, at least I heard that there were some instances of like people dying in their homes because, like, through the night because the heating went out and they literally froze to death in their sleep. That is not where you want to be. It was kind of terrible. Especially for people with small infants, it was pretty bad. Trying to keep their children warm and all that. Not the like the nicest note to end the stream on, but yeah, that's life, unfortunately. I have an idea. Well, we could, I have an idea for who we could rate. It's gonna be like a little bit different. She does a lot of wacky stuff. She's a Danish streamer, as a matter of fact, whom I had the pleasure of meeting very recently. I have no idea what she's up to right now. She's like looking at stuff. She does a lot of just chatting and such, but she does also play games and tries to be entertaining in her own right. She's a Danish potato, she puts it herself. So if you want to know what that sounds like, do stick around for the raid. But yeah, that's it for today. That's all I had planned. So I don't know how much. It seems like we can keep going with Core Keeper for a little while still. There's still more to explore, but I'll try and maybe mix it up in this weekend. For now, though, let's go and say hi to Camilla Chu. That's her name. Thanks everyone for dropping by. Sistra, Selfire, Loki, Truehead was here earlier, Hawkeye was here, Toto, everyone. It's lovely to have you in here. It makes streaming so much worth it. Anyways, I don't want to keep you guys for too long, so do stick around for the raid, and I will see you all next time, which at the very least will be in the Saturday where I'll be playing Battleforge with Kyo, so... Oh, you also hear Grim still. Okay, cool, alright. Well, hope that was entertaining to you guys. It was for me. See you all next one, and bye for now.